Good morning. I'd like to call the joint meeting on K-12 Higher Ed and CIP to order. Will the committee secretary please call the roll?
Senator Neal.
Thank you very much. And please mark our members present as they arrive. And before we begin today, once again, please remember to silence your cell phones. And when you testify, please say your name and spell your name for the record so that our committee secretary can get things accurate. So today we will be closing the second half of the Department of Education budget. The first half was previously closed on April 12th. As a reminder to the subcommittee and members of the public, today we will only be considering Department of Education operational budgets. The budgets for the K-12 funding will be closed at a later date. Game plan for today, we have 13 budgets on the agenda and 3 presenters from LCB Fiscal. So we'll begin first with Ms. Camacho Poco, and she will take us through the first 5 budgets, and then we'll switch gears. And Mr. Drost will be presenting the closing document for budget account 2710 COVID-19 funding. And then lastly, we'll switch out one more piece of staff. We'll have Ms. Ryan join us up front, and we've got a lot to go through, and I cannot tell you what an incredibly wonderful staff we have that helps us. And so with that, we're ready to begin. So we'll start with the first budget, so please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the subcommittee. Liliana Camacho Poco, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. Today, the subcommittee will be closing 13 Nevada Department of Education, or NDE, accounts. The first budget to be closed is the Assessments and Accountability Budget, number 2697, which was heard by the subcommittee on March 8th. This budget includes funding for administering student assessments that are required pursuant to Chapter 389 and 390. There are 3 major closing issues in this budget, and the first is the increase funding for assessment and reporting contracts. The governor recommends general fund appropriations of $3.3 million over the 2023-25 biennium to fund projected increases in assessments and reporting contracts that are due to expire during the 2023-25 biennium. The department indicates vendors have conveyed their costs are increasing by 7 to 12%. However, no formal documentation was provided with this funding recommendation. Fiscal staff requested documentation to support the projected 10% increase in cost for vendor contracts, but the department did not provide any supporting documentation. Instead, provided the following calculations on the bottom of page 4 for how the requested increases were calculated in each year. You will note, each year a 10% increase of the contract amount is projected, and fiscal year 2025 is the compounded amount. During the budget hearing on March 8th, the department indicated the 10% projected inflationary increase for assessment contracts was determined through verbal conversations, and concerns regarding the selection of new vendors due to the department's experience with the NDE's former assessment vendor, measured progress, and the numerous issues the vendor had providing services to the department, but the NDE indicated it had ceased doing business with measured progress since 2015. After the budget hearing, the department indicated the calculation provided in the executive budget are not correct, and it appears that fiscal year 2025 projected costs would require an additional $1.6 million to fund the contracts with a compounded 10% inflationary increase, to provide the projected funding of $19.3 million as provided in the earlier table. Despite this error, the governor's finance office did not recommend a budget amendment for the $1.6 million shortfall. If the department's projections are correct, the department may not have enough funding to cover these projected increases, Accordingly, the subcommittee could consider recommending additional general fund appropriations of $1.6 million in fiscal year 2025 be provided to cover the calculation error. Alternatively, the subcommittee could choose to recommend approval of the amounts as reflected in the executive budget, since these are only projected increases. If needed, the department could request supplemental general fund appropriations during the 2025 legislative session, and the department could transfer general fund appropriations related to any possible savings from fiscal year 2024 into fiscal year 2025, as indicated in other closing item 5. Although it appears inflationary increases may increase the cost of assessments for the department, most of the contracts with the vendors would not be established until the 2023-24 biennium. And fiscal staff has no means of substantiating the department's estimated expenditure increases. Accordingly, if the subcommittee wishes to recommend approval of this decision unit, it may wish to also place controls on the additional funding to ensure the additional funding is required by the department, and the funding could be placed in reserve. Once the department has updated contracts in place that reflect actual costs for these assessments, the department could request interim finance committee approval to transfer this funding from reserve to an expenditure category. And depending on the subcommittee's decision on this issue, it may impact other department budgets, and fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments, including adjustments to the transfer of funding for the Nevada Alternative Assessment, other closing item 3, to reflect the final recommendation of the subcommittee for that decision unit in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget, which will be discussed later in this meeting. The decision for the subcommittee is on page 7, and there are a few different options. Does the subcommittee wish to recommend, number 1, not approving the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $1.6 million in fiscal year 2024 and $1.8 million in fiscal year 2025 to fund projected increases in assessments and reporting contracts? Or 2, approving the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $1.6 million in fiscal year 2024 and $1.8 million in fiscal year 2025 to fund projected increases in assessments and reporting contracts? Or 3, approving the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $1.6 million in fiscal year 2024 and $1.8 million in fiscal year 2025, and approving an additional $1.6 million in fiscal year 2025 to fund projected increases in assessments and reporting contracts, including the amount miscalculated in the executive budget. And 4, if the subcommittee recommends options 2 or 3, does the subcommittee also wish to consider recommending this funding be placed in reserve, which would generally require interim finance committee approval before it could be utilized, thereby requiring the department to provide additional justification before utilizing this reserve funding? And 5, providing fiscal staff with authority to make technical adjustments, including adjustments to the transfer of funding for the Nevada Alternative Assessment, other closing item 3, to reflect the final recommendations of the subcommittee for that decision unit and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget and any other necessary technical adjustments.
Thank you so much for that information. I do think that we might have a question. Senator Neal, did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I feel like a midget. Anyway,
Well, these weren't made for women with short arms.
so I guess the question that I had was, I was listening to fiscal staff say that there wasn't any formal documentation submitted, and I was wondering why there wasn't any formal documentation submitted, and I do have a follow-up.
Is there someone from the department that might be able to answer that concern?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Neal, for the question. Superintendent Ebert, for the record. I'll give you the example. Right now, we're going through the bid process for our college and career ready assessment. So that bid has not been completed, and so we don't know what the exact amount is. We do know what our prior contracts have been. We're tracking across the nation of how bids are coming in. We've also had, as noted by staff, verbal conversations with companies as to what they see the increase with the economy and inflation and everything else. So this was our educated estimates on what those contracts would come in, but we do not have an exact number because we are not in those contracts at this point in time.
Madam Chair, can I? Okay. So, and then I have a second question that's different, and I don't know if I'm remembering this correctly. I don't know if it was in the pre-hearings or in all of the many presentations that we had from CCSD, but I distinctly remember them saying that they didn't have either curriculum or they didn't have assessments, something that I know it's stuck in my brain that when I look at these assessments, they were saying, I thought it was like they didn't have any curriculum. It was something very strange that I was just like, what do you mean you don't have curriculum? I see it now. Am I remembering that right? Okay. So how would this work for CCSD if they're saying they don't have curriculum, right? And you tell me if something has changed in the past since January to now that would make these assessments make sense where data is going to represent what the children are being taught.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you for the question, Senator Neal. So the college and career ready assessments have been in place since the reauthorization of the Every Student Succeeds Act. We specifically, as a state, have had the ACT in place since that time. And so all of the school districts, including the Clark County School District, are required to have the coursework in place that prepares the students to be able to be successful in whichever, it happens to be ACT for Nevada, but whichever college and career ready assessment is in place. So those pieces are the responsibility of each and every school district to have in place. Is the responsibility of the state to measure the progress of the students as they move forward, which we do publish that data every single year. And the assessment that we're asking for measures that progress. The funding that we're asking for measures that progress on those assessments.
Madam Chair, I know this is close, but can I does CCSD have curriculum or not? And why is that a concept that I think was stated or mentioned?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, what I was processing in my head is if we have done an audit recently in regard to curriculum. The state's responsibility, our responsibility as a state, is to make sure that the standards and the expectations are in place. It is incumbent upon each of the school districts to have those resources available because the funding's provided at the state level. I would need to get back to you specifically the last time we did an audit in that area. But the expectation is there 100%.
Thank you very much. And I'll just jump in here from another generation of my life, and if you can correct me if anything has changed since that generation happened. But there's a 7-year cycle for all curriculum, which means, for example, if I'm a high school or an elementary school, it doesn't matter. There's an RFP put out for new math books. And then when that happens, that math book is chosen by the school district, for example. It is then taken to the state where they okay that choice and put on the state curriculum. And there is on the website of Nevada Department of Ed a list of curriculum materials that are approved. And once that happens in a school district, if they have just purchased a math book or what have you, then they have, I believe, 4 years to make that switch over. That date could be wrong. But so if a school district did not have current or curriculum within that period, that would be their choice, not the State Department choice. Is that correct?
Chair John Darrow Loop, thank you for the question. State Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So what I would add to what you have shared is sometimes those that may be watching don't have a clear understanding. The state does have the state standards that are required, and every single school district is required to meet those. We also have a process, as you mentioned, where materials are on a list. We just finished the English Language Arts this spring, and are inclusive of the school districts and experts in the area. Those lists now are made available. There's not a specific time frame that they must purchase those materials, but as we know, with all the research that continues to come out in learning, and especially with, I'll use ELA again as an example, the science of reading, those materials need to be in our classrooms and supporting learning.
So when we hear educators say we don't have current curriculum, and while I recognize the finance of that is a different piece, if somebody said to me, I'm teaching government out of a book that says George Bush was president. That is a choice at some point that a school or a school district makes to not update those curriculum. Would that be accurate?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, that would be accurate. That is a school district making that determination on where the resources are allocated within that district.
Thank you very much. I was trying to help my colleague here and get to the bottom of what I think she heard. So thank you very much. Any other conversation? All right, with that, I would move that we approve the governor's recommendation. I would accept a motion, excuse me, I said that improperly. I would accept a motion that we approve the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $1.6 million in fiscal year 2024 and $1.8 million in fiscal year 25 to fund projected increases in assessments and reporting contracts, and would like to recommend option 2 and 3 to consider recommending funding be placed in reserve, which would generally require interim finance committee approval before it would be utilized, thereby requiring the department to provide additional justification before utilizing this reserve funding, and provide fiscal staff with the authority to make technical adjustments, including adjustments to the transfer of funding for the Nevada Alternative Assessment to reflect the final recommendations of the subcommittee for that decision unit and the individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget and other necessary technical adjustments.
Madam Chair, I would move to accept your motion, just to clarify that we are deciding on option 2 and not option 3.
Correct. Would you, Assemblywoman, would you like to repeat that option so that you are clear?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I would move to approve the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of the $1.6 million in fiscal year 2024 and the $1.8 million in fiscal year 2025 to fund projected increases in assessments and reporting contracts. And with that, I would also move to recommend that this funding be placed in reserve, which would generally require interim finance committee to approve before it could be utilized, thereby requiring the department to provide additional justification before utilizing this reserve funding, and also provide fiscal staff with the authority to make technical adjustments as necessary, as set forth in the paperwork.
Thank you kindly. Is there a second? Second from Assemblywoman Hadagi. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. The second major closing issue is the measures of academic progress assessment funding found on page 7. The governor recommends general fund appropriations of $934,535 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to provide the necessary funding for the administration of the measures of academic progress assessments for all students in kindergarten through grade 3. These assessments are used to evaluate proficiency in reading for the Read by Grade 3 program. And this recommendation recommends funding these assessments entirely with general fund appropriations in the 2023-25 biennium. This represents a funding change after the partial funding of these assessments using federal elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, ESSER 2, in the 2021-23 biennium, as approved by the 2021 legislature. Pursuant to NRS or NAC 388.660, these assessments are required to be used to assess pupils' proficiency in the subject of reading. During the 2021 legislative session, the Read by Grade 3 program funding was placed in the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan account to support base per-pupil funding in the new Pupil-Centered Funding Plan, which may be used by school districts and charter schools for unrestricted purposes. However, the measures of academic progress assessments continue to be required by the department pursuant to NAC 388.660. The contracts to administer the measures of academic progress assessment totals $4 million over the 2023-25 biennium, which includes $2.1 million provided for in the base budget, along with the $1.9 million recommended in this decision unit. And the governor recommends for the total amount to be funded with general fund appropriations as indicated in the table on page 8. I would also note that there was a discrepancy between what is in the budget system and the vendor contract documentation provided. The contract for the measures of academic progress assessments is with the Northwest Education Association to support these Read by Grade 3 programs. After the budget hearing, the department indicated it had submitted a budget amendment to the governor's finance office for the additional $58,000 needed for the measures of academic progress assessment contract for fiscal year 2025. However, LCB Fiscal has not received the aforementioned budget amendment as of this writing. Fiscal staff would note that the vendor contract provided in the state budget system reflects the projected expenditures of $1.96 million in fiscal year 24 and $2.02 million in fiscal year 2025. Accordingly, the subcommittee may wish to approve increased funding to provide the necessary funding to align with the vendor contract. The decision for the subcommittee is at the bottom of page 8. A, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $934,535 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to provide funding for the increased costs for administration of the measures of academic progress assessment? Or B, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the general fund appropriations of $934,535 in fiscal year 2024 and $992,535 in fiscal year 2025 to provide funding for the increased cost for administration of the measures of academic progress assessments based on the vendor contract documentation? And fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much. And I would accept a motion to recommend approval of the general fund appropriation of $934,535 in fiscal year 24 and $992,535 in fiscal year 25 to provide funding for the increased cost for administration of the measures of academic progress assessment based on the vendor contract documentation, and also to approve fiscal staff having the authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much. Second?
Second.
Motion by Assemblywoman Bacchus and second by Assemblywoman Hardige. Oh, who said it? Oh, sorry. I know. Wrong row. Second by Senator Neal. Thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. The third major issue can be found on page 9, and it is the elimination of end-of-course exams. The governor recommends in the base budget the elimination of funding for the end-of-course exams that are typically administered to students once they complete certain high school level math and English language arts courses. The governor recommends eliminating the funding in this next biennium, and Senate Bill 9 would revise provisions relating to education and elimination of end-of-course exams. The department indicated the current college and career readiness assessment, the ACT assessment, meets the assessment needs by measuring student progress. During the 2021 legislative session, Senate Bill 76 proposed eliminating end-of-course exams from statute, but ultimately the bill did not pass. And despite the bill's failure, funding for the administration of end-of-course exams was not included in the legislatively approved budget for the 2021-23 biennium. Accordingly, the Interim Finance Committee, at its August 17, 2022 meeting, approved $1.3 million in federal Corona State fiscal recovery funds for the administration of the end-of-course exam assessments. The governor recommends in the base budget the elimination of the exams and expenditures associated funding. And as previously stated, Senate Bill 9 would repeal NRS 390.700 and therefore eliminate end-of-course exams from statute. During the budget hearing on March 8th, the subcommittee expressed concerns with the permanent elimination of end-of-course exams. In response, the department indicated the ACT assessment, which serves as Nevada's college and career readiness assessment, and the end-of-course exams are duplicative. Additionally, the department indicated if end-of-course exams were to continue, the department would require additional funding of $3.5 million in fiscal year 2024 and $3.6 million in fiscal year 2025 to administer these exams. Senate Bill 9 was passed by the Senate Committee on Education on April 3rd and referred to the Senate Committee on Finance on April 6th. The decision for the subcommittee is at the top of page 10, and there are two options. Option A, does the subcommittee wish to recommend the elimination of funding for end-of-course exams in the base budget as recommended by the governor, contingent upon passage of Senate Bill 9 or other enabling legislation? Or B, does the subcommittee wish to recommend adding general fund appropriations of $3.5 million in the fiscal year 2024 and $3.6 million in fiscal year 2025 to provide funding to continue administering the end-of-course exams, contingent upon enabling legislation not passing? If this option is recommended, fiscal staff requests authority to include appropriate language in the 2023 Appropriations Act.
Thank you very much. And I would accept a motion to recommend the elimination of funding for end-of-course exams in the base budget as recommended by the governor, contingent upon passage of Senate Bill 9 or other enabling legislation.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Senator Neal. Assemblywoman Bacchus made the motion. Senator Neal, second. Any discussion? Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that we need to continue the end-of-course exam, so I will be opposing the motion. And I believe when that bill, I think it came through the Senate, we were opposed to it at that time as well. Thank you.
Okay. Ditto from Senator Titus. Any other additional comments? Okay, timing is everything. All right, with that, we have a motion, we have a second. If I see no more discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? A nay from Senator Titus, Gansert, and Assemblyman O'Neill. Thank you very much. Motion passes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Polco. For the record, there are 5 other closing items in this budget. The first is the transfer of a contract noted in the table. The second other closing item is the elimination of vacant administrative assistant position. The other closing item 3 is assessment contract transfer, and the governor recommends the transfer of a portion of the Data Recognition Corporation contract for the Nevada Alternative Assessment totaling $503,836 from the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget account 2715, to this budget, and changing the funding for the portion of the contract expenditures with general fund appropriations of $377,877 and federal assessments grant funds of $125,959 over the 2023-25 biennium. However, all federal state assessment grant funds should fund base and maintenance budget expenditures or specific items such as employee computer replacement. Fiscal staff requests authority to enter a technical adjustment to accurately reflect total general fund appropriations of $503,836 over the 2023-25 biennium in Decision Unit E501 for the Nevada Alternative Assessment contract funding, and also reflect this contract expenditure in the correct category. Fiscal staff requests authority to enter any technical adjustments to reflect the recommendation for the associated decision unit in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget, where this recommendation is discussed in more detail. And other closing item 4 is a one-time general fund appropriation for computer replacement, and the governor recommends a one-time general fund appropriation of $7,212 and authority to expend $4,808 in federal state assessment grant funding to replace computer hardware and associated software. However, the NDE indicates adjustments are needed for this recommendation. Given the replacement of a portion of the computer hardware and associated software would be funded with federal funding, fiscal staff requests the authority to enter a technical adjustment to reflect federal state assessment grant fundings. And other closing item 5, the ability to transfer general fund appropriations between fiscal years. Section 35 of the 2021 Appropriations Act provided the department with the ability to transfer general fund appropriations between fiscal years of the 2021-23 biennium in the budget upon the recommendation of the governor and approval of the Interim Finance Committee. The executive budget recommends this budget retain the ability to transfer general fund appropriations between fiscal years in the 2023-25 biennium with the Interim Finance Committee approval. If this recommendation is approved, enabling language will be included in the 2023 Appropriations Act. And the decision for the subcommittee is on page 11 and indicates fiscal staff recommends other closing items 1, 2, and 5 be closed as recommended by the governor. Other closing items 3 and 4 be closed with the noted technical adjustments, and request authority for staff to make other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much. And so I would accept a motion to recommend other closing items 1, 2, and 5 be closed as recommended by the governor. Other closing items 3 and 4 be closed with the noted technical adjustments, and request authority for staff to make other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I so moved.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman Bacchus. Second. Second by Senator Canizaro. We're having trouble with those seconds today. Thank you very much. It's like a moving target. Thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Liliana Camacho Polco. For the record, the next budget to be closed is the Student and School Support Budget, number 2712, on page 13 of the closing packet, and this budget was heard by the subcommittee on March 22nd. This budget provides for the distribution and administration of federal grants, primarily the federal Title I assistance to Nevada schools. There are 4 major closing issues in this budget. The first major closing issue is funding for the School Improvement Program and 1 new Education Programs professional position. The governor recommends general fund appropriations of $1.2 million over the 2023-25 biennium to fund a new school improvement program for Nevada's lowest performing schools and 1 new full-time education programs professional position. The school improvement program would be for the low-performing schools that are designated as comprehensive support and improvement schools. And these are non-Title I, one-star schools from this designation to comply with the federal criteria. And that does not have federal funding to support, the department indicates that they do not have federal funding to support these non-Title I, one-star schools. The department indicates funding for the program would be needed in future biennia. However, a tiered reduction of funding could occur based on the number of schools that move up in the star ratings. And this could lead to a gradual reduction in funding needed for support for the program in future biennia. And the continued funding to support the program would be requested as the NDE exits current federally designated schools every 2 years. The NDE had provided the following information on page 14 for how the $1 million would be expended over the 2023 biennium. It would be $300,000 over the biennium for vendors to build capacity within the department and school districts and evaluate improvement efforts, and $700,000 for aid to schools, which would be allocated through a formula in development by the department. The education program's professional position would assist with the review and monitoring of school performance plans and would serve as the liaison between school districts and the department to achieve school improvement performance goals. And they would also assist schools and school districts with targeted, tailored strategies to support to schools districts with 1-star and 2-star schools. The department indicated the education program's professional position would have flexibility to deliver virtual and in-person training and professional development and deliver based on the need and availability of the local education agency or school. The NDE indicated that travel would be required for school walkthroughs, in-person professional learning, and attendance at national conferences. However, the governor did not recommend travel-related expenditures in either year of the biennium for this position. The department requests a budget adjustment to include travel expenditures of $6,672 in each year of the biennium, funded with general fund appropriations for 12 in-state trips and 2 out-of-state trips. During the budget hearing, the department indicated the new school improvement program would mentor and support administrators who are leading schools in order to build capacity and enhance the system within schools. And this is due to the increase in new administrators across the various school districts. After the hearing, the department indicated the recommended funding of $500,000 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium is now requested to be used only for contract work, with funding of $350,000 in each year of the biennium no longer planned for the previously identified aid to school activities. Specifically, the department indicated the $500,000 in each year of the 2023 biennium would support those items noted on page 16 of your closing packet, which includes quarterly targeted leadership network cohort meetings, virtual one-on-one coaching for schools, program evaluation. It would provide training and evaluations of local education agencies' equitable allocation of resources across districts for designated schools, and it would also host an annual school improvement conference, which would cover various topics for school districts assigned to grants management, school district program coordinators, and school leaders for approximately 250 participants. The department indicated it would measure the success and effectiveness of the new school improvement program for Nevada's lowest performing schools by continuing to monitor those schools' index scores in the Nevada report card to ensure sustained upward average growth until 3-star schools designation is achieved. Given the amount of funding that would be provided to this new program, fiscal staff requests authority to reflect the expenditures associated with the school improvement program in a unique expenditure category in this budget. This would assist the legislature in tracking the expenditures associated with this program in future biennia, if this program is recommended for approval by the subcommittee. Also during the budget hearing, the department indicated that this education program's professional position would differ from the services provided by the contracted vendor and 5 other positions currently supporting their program by focusing on schools that are currently exiting the program and 1-star schools. This education programs professional would assist with 71 comprehensive support and improvement schools and 185 targeted support and improvement schools, and additional targeted support and improvement schools by providing technical assistance with federal requirements supporting the allocation and monitoring of federal school improvement grant funds. As previously indicated, the department indicates travel would be required for this new position in the amount of $6,672 in each year of the biennium, which was not included in the executive budget. Given these expenditures are not currently reflected in the budget, the subcommittee could recommend approval of funding for these travel expenditures by reallocating $6,672 in each year of the 2023 biennium from the recommended funding for the new school improvement program that would instead be provided to fund travel expenditures for the new position. The decision for the subcommittee is at the top of page 7. Does the subcommittee wish to recommend 1, approving the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $1.2 million over the 2023-25 biennium to fund a new school improvement program and 1 new education programs professional position to support the new improvement program? Or 2, not approving the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $1.2 million over the 2023-25 biennium to fund a new school improvement program for Nevada's lowest performing schools and 1 new full-time education programs professional position. If the subcommittee wishes to approve funding for this program and position, does it also wish to provide authority for fiscal staff to make technical adjustments to A, reallocate funding of $6,672 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium from the new school improvement program contract expenditures and use that funding to support travel expenditures for the new position, or B, reflect the expenditures associated with school improvement program in a unique expenditure category in this budget, which would assist the legislature in tracking the expenditures associated with this program in future biennia, and fiscal staff requests authority to enter other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much. And I just have I have a comment and probably a clarifying question. When we talk about star schools, I think that when people hear, the star rating, especially in some of our more at-risk areas, I think that there are a lot of things that go into play. And I know some really wonderful schools with great leaders and great teachers that still are at a 3-star school. And so I was wondering if somebody from the department could come up and just give us a little bit of insight, not a big long conversation, about why a school that seemingly looks to be so successful would end up being a 3-star school. That's one thing. And then the other thing that I would say is I know how hard these teachers are working, and teachers thrive to learn. So when we suggest that they get cohort meetings, that we say coaching strategies to support certain needs, when we say those things, teachers can't wait to hear that because we thrive to learn. So if somebody could and be with our students and help them learn. So if somebody could come up and just clarify that star rating, and then I believe Senator Neal has a comment as well.
Thank you, Chair Dondero Loop. Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So the star rating system has been in place for a while, and as you noted, we have exceptional educators working in all of our schools, independent of the star rating. So the system itself generally works, and I know you didn't want a dissertation, but generally works on student growth and proficiency. At the end of the day, those are the pieces that play a major portion in it. We as Nevadans have valued growth and knowing where our students are and where they need to be. So in the system, it currently looks at, does a student achieve a year's worth of growth in a year's time? And for our students, and you are all very familiar with the proficiency data at this point in time, we want to see more than a year's growth because we have students that need that at this moment. We want them to be proficient on grade level or if they are not on track within 3 years. So overarching the entire piece of the system looks at those, does designate where they are in a system. What I continually say is that is a moment in time to look at where people are. Every single day, our staff is working extremely hard across the state. And so, yes, we have a system that looks at all these various components. I would also add that in the system is our attendance data. So if students are chronically absent, which we know that during the pandemic that will affect, and that also plays into the current rating. We, just as a highlight too, though, I do want to say we continue to work with the federal government because that system was put into place almost a decade ago and needs to be updated, knowing, leveraging new methodology for understanding where our students are and where we want them to be.
I appreciate that clarification, and we just celebrated some teachers over the weekend with the Heart of Education, and we continue to do that, but we know that we have many, many fine teachers, like I said, that are working hard every day to make sure our students have what they need. But in the meantime, they're clamoring for, for more information and how can I make myself better. So thank you very much for that. And I believe Senator Neal has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand what you're trying to do, but I can't get off this issue. So I did confirm that Superintendent Jara has testified that there are no standards for performance of pupils, right? So if that is the case, how will this program work? Right? My biggest concern is that I understand what NDE is trying to do, but it's counterintuitive to have the money spent on an outcome where there are no standards, right? How do you raise a star when the largest school district doesn't have a standard for their pupils? So we're going to give the money and then there's no correlation to the outcome. You can't get growth in an environment like that. And I mean, I know this is something that we're in a closing, but it bothers me because the biggest argument we've had for a long time is that the money goes and we're spinning our wheels and then we're wondering why there's a disconnect. This is a disconnect.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Senator Neal, there are standards. I mean, I just want to be crystal clear. There are standards for our state. And the expectations with the STAR system is there. This specific piece that you're voting on today, the state previously had supported approximately $2 million for this support, and it was under the turnaround programs. With the pandemic and everything else that transpired, we're at this point of level setting, remaking at the state level. I cannot speak specifically to the testimony of the Clark County School District. But what I can tell you is there are expectations. We do have state standards. We do have the system in place. You have heard very clearly, and you all have made it very clear, the amplification in making sure that our students are making progress, and where they are not, that is the daylight is shown on that data, and that we are all in those schools making sure that they receive the resources that the students deserve, and that comes from all of us. I'll pause there.
No, I don't have anything else to add. I think I've said what I think. So I'll just keep watching this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
And thank you very much. And I would just note that standards and benchmarks are listed on the Nevada State website, Nevada State Department of Education website. Thank you very much. And with that, I would accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd move to approve the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $1.2 million over the 2023-25 biennium to fund a new school improvement program and one new education programs professional position to support the new school improvement program. And with that motion, I would also move to have fiscal staff make the following technical adjustments to allocate funding of $6,672 in each year of the biennium from the new school improvement program contract expenditures and use that funding to support travel expenditures for the new position and also reflect the expenditures associated with the school improvement program in a unique expenditure category in this budget, which would assist the legislature in tracking the expenditures associated with this program in future biennia, and also provide fiscal staff with authority to enter other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I'll take a second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes, and we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. The next major closing issue can be found on page 17. It's the continued funding for external evaluations. And the governor recommends a general fund appropriation of $265,000 in fiscal year 2025 in the base budget to fund external evaluations of various K-12 education programs. This would continue the funding for external evaluation as approved by the 2021 legislature for fiscal year 2023. However, the NDE has not completed external evaluations for the current biennium due by January 1st, 2023. I would note the 2019 legislature approved a general fund appropriation of $265,000 in fiscal year 2021 for the cost of external evaluations of certain K-12 categorical programs. Although Assembly Bill 3 of the 31st special session reduced the funding to an expenditure authority of $100,000 in fiscal year 2021, also for the evaluation of certain K-12 programs. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the department anticipated the final report to be submitted by December 2021. However, the external evaluations were never completed. The 2021 legislature approved these funds. The 2021 legislature approved general fund appropriations of $265,000 in fiscal year 2023 for external evaluations to allow the department to assess and monitor state programs and service to determine the impact of transferring certain state K-12 categorical programs into the pupil-centered funding plan. And a 2021 letter of intent was issued to the superintendent of public construction requiring all external evaluation reports to be submitted no later than January 1st, 2023. The department did not submit the report to the Fiscal Analysis Division by January 1st, 2023, and submitted a memorandum indicating it had recently signed an agreement with a third-party vendor to conduct these evaluations and would have preliminary findings available in March 2023. However, the department has not submitted the reports to the Fiscal Analysis Division as of this writing. During the budget hearing, the department indicated the external evaluations would provide additional and national perspective to provide validation and direction of current NDE programs. After the budget hearing, the department indicated the third-party contract vendor had requested an extension to submit preliminary findings at the end of April 2023. Additionally, the department indicated the evaluation will include a review of the use of weights by local education agencies for English learner pupils, free and reduced price lunch pupils, and students with disabilities. After the hearing, the department indicated the fiscal year 2025 external evaluations would only include an evaluation of mathematics proficiency in grades 4 through 8, and it would not support an evaluation of the Read by Grade 3 program, and the NDE indicates an analysis of that program would require an additional $250,000 due to the increased level of analysis and possible complexities due to the various state and federal funding sources that have been used by the program in the recent fiscal years. However, the department did not provide documentation, contracts, or quotes for these estimated amounts. It should be noted the various K-12 categorical programs that have been transferred to the pupil-centered funding plan do not statutorily require evaluations. Accordingly, the subcommittee may wish to recommend not approving funding for the external evaluations in fiscal year 2025. Alternatively, the subcommittee could recommend approving funding for these external evaluations, but also recommended a letter of intent be issued to the NDE with a deadline of October 1st, 2024, for submitting the reports to the Fiscal Analysis Division for presentation at a subsequent Interim Finance Committee meeting. Further, the letter of intent could identify the programs that should be evaluated, for example, the Teach Nevada Scholarship, the Read by Grade 3 program, or adult education programs, and the career and technical education. Based on the NDE's projected cost of $95,000 for a program evaluation of the School Improvement Program, Major Closing Issue 1, the subcommittee could identify 2 or 3 programs that it wishes the department to have evaluated using the funding that would be provided in fiscal year 2025. The decision for the subcommittee is located on page 19. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend, 1, approving the governor's recommendation of general fund appropriations of $265,000 in fiscal year 2025 to fund external evaluations, or 2, not approving the governor's recommendation of general fund appropriations of $265,000 in fiscal year 2025 to fund external evaluations? And if the subcommittee wishes to approve the governor's recommendation for external evaluations, does it also wish to recommend a letter of intent be issued by the full committee to the department indicating A, the specific K-12 programs that should be evaluated, and B, a requirement that copies of the external evaluation reports be submitted on or before October 1st, 2024 to the Fiscal Analysis Division for presentation at a subsequent Interim Finance Committee meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Assemblywoman Hadagay?
Thank you, Chair. And before we go to a motion, I just want to voice my concerns about approving this budget. I know that in the 2019 and 2021 sessions, we approved budgets for these reviews to be done, and we've never actually received the evaluations back. In 2019, when we approved them, 2021 came and the evaluations were never completed. In 2021, when we approved the $265,000, 2023 came, and we have yet to receive the evaluations. And so I don't see a need to continue this ongoing pattern of approving this budget when the evaluations aren't completed.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would accept a motion to not approve the governor's recommendation of general fund appropriations of $265,000 in fiscal year 2025 to fund external evaluations.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Bacchus. A second from Senator Canizaro. And with that, any discussion? Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the evaluations of these programs are critically important. When we went to the pupil-centered funding plan, we still left in statute the requirements around these programs because we found them to be successful. And just as a reminder, in 2015, these programs were put in place. By 2019, students in Nevada were reading at grade level according to the NAEP scores or the nation's report card, which we'd never experienced before. We'd never had our children in 4th grade reading at the average of the national average for the state of Nevada, or in the state of Nevada. So I think we need to continue to measure these programs and because they are in statute, but the dollars aren't directly associated with them. So we need to make sure that these activities are still happening and that they are effective. And then if we need to change something, we can change something. But we've just implemented the pupil-centered funding plan. And again, we've had success with these programs. And so I don't think it's time, this isn't the right time to stop evaluating them and making sure that we're following these programs that we, again, had success with earlier in 2019. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just kind of want to add, since we did move to the new pupil-centered funding plan, we've moved away from the categorical spending and moved away from these programs. And along with the fact that there was a budgeted item for this in the last biennium and it wasn't done, I feel comfortable not approving the governor's recommendation at this time.
Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just clarification, was there any explanation on why the evaluations weren't done?
Is there somebody in the audience that can answer? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold that thought, Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho for the record. We did ask the department why they had not been delivered for this biennium, and they indicated that there was a delay in the due to the pandemic still, and they indicated they would deliver these findings in March, but then the vendor indicated they needed an extension due to being unable to reach certain school districts.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to I still feel the evaluations need to be done, and I think there's reasonable cause for why they were delayed. And so I will be a no if the motion goes forward to not approve the funding.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments? All right. With that, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Nay from Senator Gansert, Senator Titus, Assemblywoman Kasama, and Assemblyman O'Neill. All right, with that, the motion passes, and we'll keep going here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Polka for the record. The next major closing issue is the funding for Smartsheet software consultants. The governor recommends general fund appropriations of $100,000 over the 2023-25 biennium to expand the functionality of the NDE's existing Smartsheet software. This Smartsheet software is used to develop a department-wide system to track data, project management, and grant submissions, as well as develop a compliance materials database and data dashboards. Fiscal staff requested documentation to support the $100,000 recommendation for the Smartsheet consultant contract, but the department did not provide the supporting documentation and instead provided the calculations at the top of page 20, located in the table. Although Smartsheets originated in this budget as a pilot program, it appears it has proven to be successful and could be reflected in another budget, such as the Department Support Services budget, which provides information technology support and is funded with cost allocation revenue. During the budget hearing, the department indicated that Smartsheet software consultant expenditures are recommended to be funded in this budget with general fund appropriations rather than the Department Support Services budget that provides IT support funded through cost allocations because the indirect cost allocation that supports IT services has been limited in recent fiscal years. The department also indicated this funding has been used for services directly needed by grant programs. And the department further indicated it has also focused on expending various federal COVID grants that are expiring and did not contribute to this cost allocation reimbursement. Accordingly, the department indicated it must be strategic in the use of the indirect cost allocation funds and the services it supports. The department may be able to fund this enhancement with indirect cost allocation revenue rather than general fund appropriations, depending on the indirect cost allocation revenue that would be generated. Fiscal staff would note the executive budget reflects a projected reserve of $4.2 million in the Department Support Services budget at the end of the 2023-25 biennium. Given the uncertainty in the indirect cost allocation revenue that would actually be generated, the subcommittee may wish to recommend approval of this decision unit, but it could also recommend that a letter of intent be issued for the department to study the reserves in the Department Support Services budget by the end of each fiscal year in the 2023-25 biennium. Once the NDE reviews the revenue that would be generated through its indirect cost allocation and determines it would generate the necessary funding to support all or some of these expenditures in this budget, the NDE could then request interim finance committee approval to reflect these expenditures in that budget and revert all or some of the approved funding to the general fund. Alternatively, if the department determines the indirect cost allocation revenue would not be generated to support this expenditure, it could report those findings to the interim finance committee, and these expenditures would be funded with general fund appropriations. The NDE indicates the Smartsheet software consultants expenditures are not anticipated to continue beyond the 2023 and 25 biennium. Given this, if the subcommittee recommends approval of this expenditure, it may also wish to provide fiscal staff with authority to reflect this expenditure in a unique expenditure category, so these costs can be easily tracked and eliminated from the adjusted base budget for the 2025-27 biennium. The decision for the subcommittee is located on page 21. Does the subcommittee wish to recommend, 1, approving the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $100,000 over the 2023-25 biennium to expand the functionality of the NDE's existing Smartsheet software with authority for fiscal staff to enter technical adjustments to reflect this expenditure in a unique expenditure category, and 2, recommending the full committee issue a letter of intent to the department to study the reserves in the Department Support Services budget by the end of each fiscal year in the 2023-25 biennium and report their findings to the Interim Finance Committee. If the NDE determines indirect cost allocations would provide the necessary funding to support all or some of these expenditures in the Department Support Services budget, the NDE could then request Interim Finance Committee approval of work programs to reflect these expenditures in that budget and revert all or some of the approved funding to the general fund. Alternatively, if the NDE determines indirect cost allocation revenue would not be generated to support this expenditure, it could report those findings to the Interim Finance Committee, and these expenditures would be funded with general fund appropriations. Or 3, not approving the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $100,000 over the 2023-25 biennium to expand the functionality of the NDE's existing Smartsheet software.
Thank you very much. And Assemblywoman Hadagi, would you like to make a comment?
I have a question, if that's okay. Maybe a couple, Madam Chair, if that's okay. But I believe it might be best for the department to answer these questions. Thank you. And so I just have a quick question in why this is being requested to be general fund funded instead of coming out of the your reserves or the Department Support Service reserves.
Megan Peterson for the record. As indicated, we are going through some interesting times projecting our reserve and understanding how much funding will actually be available. And given that this is a software that is used by many staff across the department, we were requesting general funds so that way it was a fair allocation across those projects.
So you're, if I could follow up, Madam Chair. So you said you were studying and projecting what your reserves are going to be. What do you currently have in your reserves in this budget for 27-20?
Megan Peterson for the record. Currently we have approximately 500,000 off of an initial projection of 2.1 million.
And you said, okay, could you go over those numbers? You said you currently have 500,000 and you're projecting.
Megan Peterson for the record. The initial projection for the fiscal year was approximately 2.1 million. To date, we've only collected approximately 500,000. And so we are actually not on track to collect the the original projection.
Okay. And so that's 2.1 million for the first fiscal year. And from the information we have, it looks like for the second fiscal year, it's going to be over 4 million if you run on projections, correct?
Megan Peterson, that is correct.
Correct, 4 million. And so you're projecting over 4 million for budget account 2720, and in budget account 2720, I mean, you must feel comfortable enough that you're going to hit the 4 million because you're asking for 3 positions to be funded at over $500,000 out of these reserves. And so my only question, I mean, where my concern is if you can fund 3 positions at over $500,000 out of these reserves, you're comfortable enough that your projections will be there to meet the salaries of these 3 positions, but not to cover $100,000 for software. And so I think it would be my comfort level to ask you guys to use your reserves to cover the software if you're comfortable enough covering the salaries for 3 positions.
Megan Peterson for the record. I would like to clarify that those reserves are the only funding sources that we have available to carry forward from one year to the next. And so although there may be funding there, that may be the only source of funding that we have in a future fiscal year to offset any losses due to, not losses, but decreases in projected revenues. Indirect costs, as you may be aware, are only drawn on actual expenditures incurred. And so if we do experience vacancies or other shortfalls in other areas, we're not able to actually draw that in, so that it is not a consistent and reliable funding source, and that is why we were requesting it to be funded by general fund.
Okay, then I'm going to have some more questions regarding that statement when we get to budget 2720, because if you're saying it's not a reliable funding source, but you're requesting to fund permanent positions and their salaries with this funding source, then that raises some concerns as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions or comments? All right, with that, I will accept a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the expenses related to expanding the functionality of the Smartsheet software align with function of the department's support services budget, specifically budget account 2720, and that funding and reserves is available in that budget, I would make a motion to not recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $100,000 over the next biennium in this budget to expand the functionality of the department's existing Smartsheet software. However, I would also move to recommend the authorization of funding from the reserves of $100,000 over the next biennium in the department support services budget to expand the functionality of the department's Smartsheet software. Essentially, this motion would recommend approval of funding for the Smartsheet enhancements, but from a different funding source than what was recommended by the governor. I would also move to recommend that the fiscal staff be provided the authority to make technical adjustments as necessary, including reflecting this expenditure in a unique expenditure category.
Thank you very much. And a second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. Thank you very much. Please move forward.
Thank you, Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. The next major closing issue is funding for the Zoom executive licenses, and the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $87,452 over the 2023-25 biennium to fund Zoom executive licenses. These licenses would allow the department to administer virtual meetings for up to 300 participants and webinars for up to 500 participants, including the ability for breakout meeting rooms. Zoom is currently used by the department to provide statewide technical assistance, training, and development to school districts and individual schools. Again, the department indicates the general fund appropriations are recommended to fund this cost since federal grant funding is currently being utilized to support these licenses for individual programs, but is not sufficient to sustain this expenditure. During the budget hearing on March 22nd, the department was asked again why the Zoom licenses software expenditures are recommended to be funding in this budget with general fund appropriations rather than the department support services budget that provides IT support through a cost allocation. And the same information was provided as we previously discussed in the Smartsheet software. I also wanted to note that after the hearing, the department provided updated documentation for Zoom executive licenses indicating a decrease in the number of Zoom licenses requested for the department. Accordingly, fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments to reflect updated expenditures of $30,676 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium. This technical adjustment reduces contract expenditures by $13,050 in each year of the biennium, with a corresponding reduction in general fund appropriations. The decision for the subcommittee is at the top of page 23. Does the subcommittee wish to recommend 1. Approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $87,452 over the 2023-25 biennium to fund Zoom executive licenses with authority for fiscal staff to enter technical adjustments to reflect revised expenditure amounts of $30,676 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium, and 2. The full committees issue a letter of intent to the department to study the reserves in the department support services budget by the end of each fiscal year in the 2023-25 biennium and report its findings to the interim finance committee. If the department determines indirect cost allocations would provide the necessary funding to support all or some of these expenditures in the department support services budget, The department could then request interim finance committee approval of work programs to reflect these expenditures in that budget and revert all or some of the approved funding to the general fund. Alternatively, if the department determines indirect cost allocation revenue would not be generated to support this expenditure, it could report those findings to the interim finance committee, and these expenditures would be funded with general fund appropriations. Or 3, not approving the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $87,452 over the 2023-25 biennium to expand fund Zoom executive licenses.
Thank you very much, and I would accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to the previous decision unit, given that expenses related to Zoom executive license align with the function of the Department Support Services budget account 2720, and that funding and reserves is available in that budget, I would make a motion not to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general funds appropriation of $87,452 over the 2023-25 biennium in this budget to fund Zoom executive licenses. However, I would also move to recommend the authorization of funding from reserves of $30,676 in each year of the 23-25 biennium, which reflects these expenditures with the technical adjustments in the department's support services budget to purchase Zoom executive licenses. As with the previous decision unit, this motion would recommend approval of funding for the Zoom executive licenses, but from a different funding source than what was recommended by the governor. I would also move to recommend that fiscal staff be provided the authority to make technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much, and we will move forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. There are 2 other closing items on this budget, and the first is a budget amendment. The Governor's Finance Office submitted Budget Amendment A231-25712 on March 4th that recommends general fund reductions of $121,145 in fiscal year 2024 and $122,336 in fiscal year 2025, and reductions in federal Indian education grant revenue of $165,737 in fiscal year 2024 and $139,351 in fiscal year 2025. This budget amendment would transfer the funding for an education program's professional position and the federal Indian education grant to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget. This budget amendment and its companion budget amendment are discussed in more detail in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget account 2715, and fiscal staff recommends this item be closed consistent with the subcommittee's action in the Individuals with Disability Education Act budget, and requests authority to enter any necessary technical adjustments. The second other closing item is the one-time general fund appropriation, as the governor recommends a one-time general fund appropriation of $4,808 and authority to expend $12,020 in federal funding to replace computer hardware and associated software. However, the department indicates adjustments are needed for this recommendation. Given the replacement of computer hardware and associated software would be funded in whole or in part with federal funding, fiscal staff requests authority to enter a technical adjustment to reflect a general fund appropriation of $721 in fiscal year 24 and federal grant funding of $8,895 in fiscal year 24 and $4,808 in fiscal year 2025 for the purchase of computer hardware and associated software in this budget. The remaining $2,404 in general fund appropriations will be considered as a separate bill. The decision for the subcommittee is at the top of page 24, and fiscal staff recommends other closing items. 1, be closing consistent with the subcommittee action in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget with authority for staff to make necessary technical adjustments. Other closing items. 2, be closed with the noted technical adjustments and request authority for staff to make other technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would accept a motion to approve fiscal staff recommending The other closing items, one, be closed consistent with the subcommittee action in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget with the authority for staff to make necessary technical adjustments, and also accept a motion to close item 2 with the noted technical adjustments and request authority for staff to make other technical adjustments as necessary.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much from Assemblywoman Bacchus and a second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Polco for the record. The next budget to be closed is the District Support Services Budget 2719 on page 25 of your packet and was heard by the subcommittee on March 22nd. This budget supports positions and operating expenditures for the Nevada Department of Education staff assigned to administer and distribute state and federal funds. There are 2 major closing issues in this budget, and the first major closing issue is 3 new management analyst positions for the grant management unit. The governor recommends general fund appropriations of $519,147 over the 2023-25 biennium for 3 new full-time management analyst positions and associated operating expenditures to assist with the grants management unit. Those 3 management analyst positions are noted on the bottom of page 25, and the department indicates the grants management unit is currently comprised of 8 positions that manage and monitor subawards and reimbursement requests. There are approximately 1,048 subawards, and the additional positions would decrease approval time from approximately 15 to 20 business days to 10 business days on average per subaward. Currently, 1 management analyst position performs the supervisory level review and approval of subawards and associated budgets, budget revisions, and reimbursement requests. The other 7 management analyst positions are responsible for the review of grant and sub-grant awards. As noted, the governor recommends all 3 new management analyst positions be funded with general fund appropriations, and the department indicates that not all grants provide funding for fiscal support, and providing general fund appropriations for these positions allows more funding to be provided to the subrecipients. The duties of each of the positions, some of the duties and responsibilities for each of these positions are noted on page 26, and the department also indicates these positions are in response to subrecipient feedback on the current timeline of 15 to 20 days required by the department to process subaward budgets and budget revisions. During the budget hearing on March 22nd, the subcommittee members expressed concerns regarding the 3 new management analyst positions that are recommended to be supported with general fund appropriations, since grant funds may be available to support these new positions. In response, the department indicated the 3 new management analyst positions were recommended to be funded with general fund appropriations to ensure consistent funding for the positions for the future. The department also indicated the addition of the new management analyst positions would assist with the review, approval, and reimbursement process for grants to decrease the time needed to distribute grant funds to school districts and subaward recipients. And these additional positions would also allow for 2 supervisors to review the work of grant analysts and improve processing times and customer satisfaction, as school districts would receive grant funds sooner, and the NDE indicated would increase the amount of time recipients have to expend the awarded grant funds. The department also indicated in the past 5 years, the grants management unit positions have each turned over at least 3 times, mostly due to the workload. And therefore, with the addition of these positions, the department is hopeful it will assist with staff workload, burnout, and retention, which could help to avoid ongoing training by having consistent staffing. I would also note the executive budget does not reflect all the necessary computer hardware and associated software for one of the management analyst positions. And accordingly, the subcommittee may wish to consider providing fiscal staff with authority to enter a technical adjustment to reflect the funding necessary to purchase equipment for one of the new positions if funding for the position is recommended. The decision for the subcommittee is located on page 28. Does the subcommittee wish to recommend A, approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $187,077 over the 2023-25 biennium for 1 new management analyst position and associated expenditures to assist with supervision of the grants management unit? and/or B, approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $173,419 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new management analyst position and associated expenditures to support the electronic grants management system, and/or C, approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $158,651 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new management analyst position and associated expenditures to assist with subgrants. If so, does the subcommittee also recommend approval of the technical adjustments noted for the computer equipment for the new position? And fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have a question from Assemblywoman Hadeke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a couple, again, probably for the department. So the grant management unit looks like they have 8 current positions. Are they currently all filled, or is there any vacancy at the moment?
Megan Peterson for the record. So I do want to clarify within the count of 8, the management analyst 4 actually is not involved in the grant review and approval process. That position is specifically responsible for completing or compiling the 387, 303 reports for school districts and 388A, 345 reports for charter schools. They also assist with compiling our federal required reports, including maintenance of effort. And so we do only have 6 analyst positions with 1 supervisor. We currently, the management analyst 4 position, while filled, the person has been out on FMLA leave for approximately 8 months now, and we have been requested and have been able to complete a dual fill, and that person started last week. Our management analyst 3, that is the supervisor, that position will be vacant in approximately 3 weeks. They are moving on to another position, and the remaining positions are currently all filled.
Okay, and do you have a prospect for that management analyst 3 already lined up at that supervisory position? Because I know that's one of the positions you're requesting as well.
We do not.
And
Hiring has been particularly challenging.
okay,
We continue to look.
and then just if I may follow up, Madam Chair. Yes, please. Are any of your current management analyst positions grant funded?
Several of them are, yes.
Okay, and then I mean, is there grants available to fund these 3 new positions?
Currently, there are not.
Okay, I think that's. Did you?
Thank you very much. And I would just add a comment here that I think sometimes in education, it's one of the reasons it's hard mid-year is because if it's an educator or someone who's involved in education, they wait until the summer sometimes to change positions so that they don't leave a school or kids in the lurch. Am I correct on that? Or it seems different to me as an educator than other companies or other professions because we buy into that piece with kids.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, the education environment does see peaks and valleys in transfers. Historically, I would say in the current environment out of the pandemic, it's hard to look at those peaks and valleys. It's a much different world that we're living in now, as you're all aware.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, did you have a comment or a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question. You made a comment that the current positions are grant funded. How long are those grants?
Megan Peterson for the record. It varies by position. We do work with our program staff, though, that when a grant is set to expire, that we are looking for new grants to backfill the position as needed so that way we can continue the work and don't lose out on that historical knowledge.
Follow up?
Certainly.
So if you'll be looking for grants to continue funding those positions, will you also be looking for grants for these new positions, or will
Assemblywoman, is your microphone on?
It is on.
Okay, thank you.
I'll get closer. I normally have a big mouth.
Thank you very much.
So-
We don't think that, but we couldn't quite hear you down here.
So if you will be seeking grants when those grants expires for those positions, will you also be seeking grants for these positions, or will they be two different funding sources? The current employees will be grant funded and continue to be grant funded, and then the new ones will be general fund funded.
Megan Peterson for the record. Specifically for the Management Analyst 3 that we're requesting, we wouldn't be looking for grant funds. Part of the request, and especially for the remaining two also, were the consistency in the funding source. We can't always guarantee that there is another grant, and we have, in some situations, provided pro bono work, essentially, while we are trying to find those backfills. And so we're looking to avoid that increased workload on our analysts, as well as ensuring that we have that long-term support if a grant does expire and we're not able to continue that position.
Final question, Madam Chair. So is it correct to assume that if we're not able to find grants for the existing positions, once these expire, in future bienniums, you may be making a request to have those funded through general funds?
Megan Peterson for the record, not necessarily. Again, it depends on the grant and the work and how those align with the missions of the department.
Thank you very much. And seeing no more questions, I'm sorry, Assemblywoman Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And it seems like this session, we've heard a lot of the timeline it takes to process grants. So we do appreciate the fact that you're making this request, because I know we've heard it at different levels, seeking to get grants out to the various recipients. But out of curiosity and just evaluating the three different positions, is there a specific area where the grants are getting like bottlenecked? Is it at the first level where there's the need for the review, or is it going up to the top where it's the higher management analyst positions that are reviewing the work of the lower, and I don't want to mean lower, but the entry level processing of the grants?
Megan Peterson for the record. Actually, it's all of the above, which is why we structured the request in the way we did. Beginning with the Management Analyst 1, that is that first entry into management of the grant, and so that's going to help with the additional workload of receiving the grants or the applications from our subrecipients, and so therefore reducing that 1,000 grant workload across the analysts. And then secondarily, with our Management Analyst 2 position request, that is to assist more across the board for everyone in terms of getting the grants into our electronic management system, making sure that the technical support is there for our subrecipients as well as program staff, so that way the grants are built in, consistent, and ready to go as soon as the funds are available. And then the Management Analyst 3 assists, again, supervisory for that second level review of the applications before they go on to final approval at the department level. So we are trying to address it holistically across all of the areas where we have seen those bottlenecks.
With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to make a motion.
Please.
I would go ahead and move to recommend general fund appropriations of $519,147 over the 2023-25 biennium for the three new full-time management analysis positions. So that would be the 1, 2, and 3, and associated operating expenditures to assist with the grants management unit, as well as providing authority to our fiscal staff to enter technical adjustments as necessary.
And with that, I'll accept a second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. The second major closing item is on page 28, and it's one new management analyst position to assist with risk assessments and monitoring. The governor recommends general fund appropriations of $163,123 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new full-time management analyst position and associated operating expenditures to assist with risk assessments and monitoring in the Office of Division Compliance. The department indicates the new management analyst position would assist an existing auditor position to perform grant risk assessments and support increased monitoring activities of approximately 104 subrecipients. The NDE indicates risk assessments must be completed on an annual basis for all applicants and subrecipients pursuant to federal audit findings and recommendations from the U.S. Department of Education. Some of the duties and responsibilities of the new management analyst position are located on page 28 through 29. And the department indicates that federal funding is not available to support the state requirement for subrecipient monitoring. Therefore, the executive budget recommends general fund appropriations for the management analyst position. During the budget hearing, the department indicated the new position would work in collaboration with the existing auditor position by providing technical assistance and working with subrecipients to ensure documents are received prior to the auditor position beginning the risk assessment work. Additionally, the new management analyst position would assist to decrease the time needed to complete the risk assessments, grant monitoring activities, and the post-award monitoring process. After the budget hearing, the department indicated it conducts annual risk assessments and monitoring as required by the state's Office of Grant Procurement, Coordination, and Management's Grant Policy Manual. Additionally, after the budget hearing, the department indicated a recent 2022 federal audit included findings and corrective action related to financial grant management, which the department indicates the new management analyst position would assist to address the 5 critical action required findings and other recommendations received. The executive budget reflects additional computer hardware and associated software that is not required for this new management analyst position. Therefore, fiscal staff requests authority to enter a technical adjustment to reflect accurate funding to reduce equipment for the new position. The decision for the subcommittee is at the bottom of page 29, and does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $163,123 over the 2023-25 biennium for 1 new management analyst position and associated expenditures to assist with risk assessments and monitoring? If so, does the subcommittee also recommend approval of the technical adjustments noted for the computer equipment for the new position? And fiscal staff requests authority to enter other technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Chair.
I would accept a motion as staff read.
Madam Chair, I would so moved.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Bacchus, second from Senator Canizaro. All those in, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are 3 other closing items on page 30. The first is a position reclassification in the table. The second other closing item is professional development and training. And this is the department provided updated documentation, and fiscal staff requests technical authority to enter technical adjustments to reflect the updated expenditures. And the other closing item 3 is the one-time general fund appropriation. And the governor recommends a one-time general fund appropriation of $16,227 and cost allocation revenue of $7,813 to replace computer hardware and associated software. However, the department indicates that adjustments are needed for the replacement of computer hardware and associated software. Therefore, fiscal staff requests authority to enter a technical adjustment to reflect updated general fund appropriations of $4,207 in fiscal year 24 and $4,808 in fiscal year 2025, and cost allocation revenue of $3,005 in fiscal year 24 and $4,808 in fiscal year 2025 for the replacement of computer hardware and associated software in this budget. And fiscal staff recommends other closing items 1 be closed as recommended by the governor. Other closing items 2 and 3 be closed with the noted technical adjustments, and requests authority for staff to make other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I would accept a motion for this closing as read by staff.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much, and second by Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you very much. Motion passes. We'll go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. The next budget to be closed is the Department Support Services Budget 2720 on page 31 of your closing packet. And this budget was heard by the subcommittee on March 22nd. This budget supports accounts payable and receivable, payroll, budgeting, and purchasing, and information technology support functions, and is funded by indirect cost assessments charged to other department budgets. There are 3 major closing issues in this budget account. The first is 1 new administrative services officer position. The governor recommends reserve reductions of $223,864 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new full-time administrative services officer position and associated operating expenditures to assist with budgeting and fiscal responsibilities. Currently, an existing administrative services officer 3 position supervises both the accounting unit and the budget unit, which also manages department contracts within the Office of Department Support Services. According to the department, the new position would allow the Office of Department Support Services to restructure and move the budget unit directly under the new Administrative Services Officer 2 position. The new Administrative Officer 2 position would provide another level of support to enable the budget unit to meet increasing demands and allow for timely and thorough reconciliations and technical support for program staff. The duties of the position are at the top of page 32. And during the hearing on March 22nd, the department indicated the new Administrative Services Officer position would provide support and supervision of the budget process and attend quarterly department budget meetings, and would ensure the NDE work program processed in a timely manner. The NDE further indicated the new Administrative Services Officer position would provide dedicated supervision for the budget unit and would provide technical assistance to unit staff. The department indicated the existing Budget Analyst 3 position serves as a supervisor for the budget unit, but is overextended given the position's other duties. The decision for the subcommittee is on page 32. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for reserve reductions of $223,864 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new administrative services officer position and associated expenditures? Fiscal staff requests authority to make technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I would accept a motion for this closing as read by staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So moved.
Thank you very much. And a second by Senator Canizaro. And any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes, and we'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. The second major closing issue is one new management analyst position. The governor recommends reserve reductions of $191,833 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new full-time management analyst position and associated operating expenditures to assist with contract management. Currently, an existing management analyst 2 position manages department contracts, and the new management analyst 1 position would report to the current management analyst 2 position and would provide additional technical assistance to the department staff as they develop and administer contracts. The department indicated that there are currently 127 active contracts and 30 pending contracts, with an increase in contracts anticipated based on pending grant proposals. Some additional duties and responsibilities for the new position are located at the top of page 33. And during the hearing, the department indicated the new management analyst position would assist the current management analyst position with reconciling current contract amounts, requesting contract amendments if needed, and closing out contracts. The NDE also indicates the new position would allow the contracts management functions to be divided between establishing new contracts and administering and closing contracts. The decision for the subcommittee is in the middle of page 33. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for reserve reductions of $191,833 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new management analyst position and associated expenditures, and fiscal staff requests authority to make technical adjustments as necessary? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I would accept a motion to move this closing as read by staff.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman Bacchus. A second by Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. We'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. The third major closing item can be found on page 33, and it's one new accounting assistant position. The governor recommends reserve reductions of $117,836 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new full-time accounting assistant position and associated operating expenditures to assist with the department's accounts payable function. The Office of Department Support Services currently has 3 accounting assistant 2 positions and 1 program officer position in its accounting unit. However, one accounting assistant 2 position serves as the department's payroll clerk and dedicates 4 to 5 days every 2 weeks reviewing and processing timesheets. According to the department, the new accounting assistant 3 position would assist with accounts payable duties, provide approvals to accounting transactions, and allow for redundancy in timesheet processing, as well as provide internal promotional opportunities. Some duties and responsibilities of the new position are at the top of page 34. The department indicates the Office of Department Support Services processes journal vouchers, payment vouchers, deposits, federal draws, and monthly requests for reimbursements for subgrants. The department indicates this equates to approximately 3,588 payments each month. Additionally, the department indicates the implementation of the People-Centered Funding Plan has increased the number of monthly transactions required by the office. The department also indicates the new accounting assistant position would assist with increasing capacity to support the increased workload. And if the position is approved, the department estimates the average processing time for accounts payable would decrease from 10 to 20 business days to an average of 10 business days. During the hearing, the department indicated the new accounting assistant position would increase the number of positions available to provide accounting level approval for transactions to decrease approval time. And the department indicated that this would be most notable during payroll processing weeks, as there would be another accounting assistant position readily available for accounting level approvals due to processing payroll. During the budget hearing, subcommittee members asked why workload has increased for the accounting unit with the implementation of the People-Centered Funding Plan, which eliminated the Nevada Plan and various K-12 categorical programs. In response, the department indicated under the Nevada Plan, there was 1 payment per month for all base funding provided to school districts and charter schools. Further, the department indicated that categorical programs were managed through grants that were processed separately. Under the new structure of the People-Centered Funding Plan and the different tiers of funding provided for every charter school and school district, multiple lines are entered into the accounting system for payment. As a result, total payments processed has increased from 63 accounting transactions processed per month to over 400 accounting transactions processed per month, which require accounting level approvals for each transaction. The decision for the subcommittee is at the bottom of page 34. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for reserve reductions of $117,836 over the 2023-25 biennium for 1 new accounting assistant position and associated expenditures, and fiscal staff request authority to make technical adjustments as necessary?
Thank you very much. And I would accept a motion to close this item as read by staff.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much. Second by Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? Assemblywoman Hadagi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this was the budget I was waiting to get to when we were having the conversations on the Smart Sheet software budget. And the reason I am supporting all 3 of these positions is because, contrary to what we heard earlier, I do believe that this budget is consistent and has enough reserves, not just to fund these positions, but also to fund the decisions that we had made earlier with the Smart Sheet software budget. In fiscal year 2022, they brought in close to 3.3 from interagency transfers. Then fiscal year 23, 3.8. They're projected to bring in 5.2 in fiscal year 2024 and over 5.5 in fiscal year 2025, which leads me to believe that they will hit that 4.1 million in reserves. And so I just wanted to make that clear. Again, this is consistent money coming in from assessments charged to other agencies. And so again, I'm comfortable with the decisions we made earlier and with approving these budgets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional discussion? All right, with that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes, and we'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are 5 other closing items in this budget on page 35. The first 2 are for equipment replacement, and they're located in the table at the top of the page. And the third equipment replacement item, the governor recommends reserve reductions of $155,534 over the 2023-25 biennium to fund software for data management, document management, and remote desktop management. Fiscal staff would note that the equipment schedule and documentation provided reflect different costs. Therefore, fiscal staff requests authority to enter a technical adjustment to reduce expenditures by $750 in each year of the biennium, since the department indicates Zoom software licenses are no longer required in this budget. Other closing item 4 is for equipment replacement, and the governor recommends reserve reductions of $242,022 over the 2023-25 biennium to fund software subscription renewals. And fiscal staff would note that the equipment schedule and documentation provided reflect different costs. Therefore, fiscal staff requests authority to reflect reserve reductions of $163,695 in fiscal year 2024 and $103,104 in fiscal year 2025 to align the requests with the equipment schedule and documentation. The fifth other closing item is the cost allocation reimbursement revenue, and the governor recommends the cost allocation reimbursement of $5.2 million in fiscal year 24 and $5.5 million in fiscal year 2025, which is based on a restricted rate of 6.8% generally assessed on federal grants and an unrestricted rate of 22.1% generally assessed on state-funded grants. Fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments to reflect the approved restricted and unrestricted rates in each fiscal year and authority to update the indirect cost allocation to reflect the actions made by the money committees to the department budgets contributing to the indirect cost allocation for the 2023-25 biennium. And the governor's recommended budget reflects a reserve of $4.2 million at the end of the 2023-25 biennium in this budget, which equates to approximately 430 days of expenditures. The department indicates this reserve will be utilized to fund possible salary increases that may be approved by the 2023 legislature. Further, the department expressed concerns that not all projected revenue would be generated as it focuses on expending various federal COVID grants that are expiring and do not contribute to this cost allocation reimbursement. The decision for the subcommittees at the bottom of page 35, and fiscal staff recommends other closing items 1 and 2 be closed as recommended by the governor, other closing items 3, 4, and 5 be closed with the noted technical adjustments, and request authority for staff to make other technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and I would accept a motion to close this item as recommended and with the technical adjustments by staff.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman Bacchus, and a second by Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. The next budget to be closed is the educator licensure budget account 2705 on page 37 of your packet, and was heard by the subcommittee on March 8th. The educator licensure budget funds the Office of Educator Licensure within the Nevada Department of Education, and the Office of Educator Licensure is responsible for determining teacher eligibility for licensure and approving and issuing licenses for teachers and other educational personnel. There is one major closing issue in this budget, and it is the new learning management system, which the department indicates is known as the Professional Development Management System. The NDE received approval to expend $1.4 million in federal COVID funding for the implementation of a new learning management system. However, the ongoing cost for this system in the 2023-25 biennium is not reflected in the executive budget. The new learning management system, which includes both professional development and microcredentialing for teachers, would require continued maintenance costs that may be funded with user fees. However, except for a management analyst position, none of the fee revenue or costs to maintain the system are included in the executive budget. In October 2021, the department received approval from the Interim Finance Committee to expend $1.4 million in federal COVID funds for implementation of the new professional development management system and 2 contract positions. The COVID relief funds would be used to support the annual operation and maintenance costs of $500,000 for the new professional development management system in fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024. The system contract was reviewed and approved by the Board of Examiners at its November 2022 meeting. However, the department indicates that although a vendor contract has been signed, it is currently working with school districts and charter schools to create accounts in the new learning management system platform. The department now anticipates an implementation date of fall 2023. The department had indicated that the annual professional development system maintenance cost of approximately $500,000 would be self-sustaining in fiscal year 2025 through fees paid by educators to access professional development and micro-credentialing opportunities. The department also anticipated additional fees paid by providers for the inclusion of their learning opportunities in the system catalog. However, neither the cost of this system nor the fee revenue to support the system is included in the executive budget. Further, it does not appear the department has authority to charge its planned fees in NRS. Therefore, it appears passage and approval of enabling legislation will be necessary to implement the fee for teachers to utilize the new learning management system. To support the system, the IFC at its October 20th, 2022 meeting approved a new management analyst position to assist the agency with implementation and oversight of the new system that would overlap with the contracted positions to ensure continuity of operations once the contract positions were eliminated. The department indicated a qualified contractor was hired in November of 2022 and then promoted to a different permanent position within the department in January of 2023. After the budget hearing on March 8th, the department clarified, as I indicated before, that this system is now referred to the Professional Development Management System. During the budget hearing, subcommittee members expressed concerns with the ongoing costs for the new system, which the department indicated has a target implementation date of fall of 2023, and why those new system costs were not included in the executive budget. The department indicated the new system would be funded with fees collected from the educators once the ESSER funds were no longer available. However, the fees to be assessed on educators to access professional development and the new system would require statutory changes, but enabling legislation has not been introduced as of this writing. To address this issue, Budget Amendment A233132705 was submitted by the Governor's Office on April 19th and recommends American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds of $500,000 in fiscal year 2025 to fund continued maintenance costs for the system. The department further indicated the management analyst position approved by the IFC at its October 20th, 2022 meeting to assist the agency with implementation and oversight was difficult to fill due to the approved salary and lengthy processing times required. According to the Department of Administration, Division of Human Resources Management's HR system, an outside candidate filled the position on April 3rd of 2023. Fiscal staff would note that this position is recommended to be funded by the existing funding in this budget, which is currently generally provided by educator licensure fees. However, it appears this position could also be funded with the new fees contemplated by the department in future biennia. If funding is not approved for the continuation of the Professional Development Management System, the department indicates it would be discontinued at the end of fiscal year 24 when the federal ESSER funding is fully utilized. If the subcommittee recommends continued funding for this system beyond fiscal year 2024, the subcommittee may also wish to consider recommending the Money Committees issue a letter of intent to the department requiring the department to study the possibility of new user fees being collected in the 2025-27 biennium for the ongoing support of this system and the management analyst position and any legislation needed to follow for the collection of such fees. The decision for the subcommittee is on page 39. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend the continuation of the Professional Development Management System by recommending approval of the Budget Amendment A233132705 that recommends American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds of $500,000 in fiscal year 2025? If the subcommittee recommends approval of the budget amendment, it may also wish to recommend the Money Committees issue a letter of intent to the department requiring the department to study the possibility of new user fees being collected in the 2025-27 biennium for the ongoing support of this system and the management analyst position and any legislation needed to allow for the collection of such fees. This study could be provided in the Interim Finance Committee no later than August 1st, 2024 for consideration as the agency requested budget and the executive budget are prepared for the 2025-27 biennium. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I would accept a motion to close this budget item as read by staff.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Assemblywoman Bacchus. And second by Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. We'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are two other closing items in this budget. The first is equipment replacement, and the governor recommends reserve reductions of $9,616 in fiscal year 2024 and $4,808 in fiscal year 2025 for replacement equipment. However, the department confirmed, based on the supporting documentation, that the replacement equipment is only needed for 4 positions. Fiscal staff requests authority to enter a technical adjustment to reflect equipment replacement of 4 laptop docking stations, 4 surge protectors, 4 laptops, 8 monitors, and 4 keyboards and mice. The second other closing item is a base budget adjustment. At the October 2022 IFC meeting, the committee approved 3 new positions for this budget effective in fiscal year 2023, which were 2 administrative assistant positions and 1 management analyst position, as previously mentioned. And these positions are reflected in the base budget. However, the executive budget does not reflect funding for these 3 positions from July 2023 through September 2023. Further, the NDE indicates the management analyst position was ultimately approved by the Division of Human Resources Management as a management analyst 2 position rather than a management analyst 3 position, as reflected in the IFC work program and the executive budget. Finally, the retirement code for these new positions do not align with employer pay policy reflected for new positions, and fiscal staff recommends technical adjustments shown below in the adjustments to revenue expenditures table to address these issues and increase personnel expenditures by $42,086 over the 2023-25 biennium, with a corresponding reduction in reserves. The decision for the subcommittee is at the top of page 40, and fiscal staff recommends other closing items 1 and 2 be closed with the noted technical adjustments and requests authority to make other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I would accept a motion to close this item as read by staff.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much. Second by Senator Canizaro. And any discussion? With that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes, and we are changing the guard here, so 1 minute recess. Thank you very much for allowing us that 1 minute break while we shifted. And with that, we will welcome Mr. Drost to go to the next budget item, which is Budget Item 2710, COVID-19 funding. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Adam Dross with LCB Fiscal. And yes, the next budget to be reviewed or closed by the subcommittee is the NDE COVID-19 funding budget, and this can be found on page 43 of your packet. This budget contains all the federal funding provided for K-12 education in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and includes the elementary and secondary school emergency relief or ESSER funding, the Governor's Emergency Education Relief or GEAR funding, as well as the emergency assistance to non-public school programs. There were 3 pieces of federal legislation that provided this funding, a total of $1.7 billion, and the table at the bottom of page 43 provides each of those 3 pieces of legislation, the grant funding provided to the state of Nevada, as well as the expiration date. The first major issue can be found on page 44 of your packet, and this is the planned use of remaining COVID-19 funding. Based on the governor's recommended budget, the ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and the GEAR 2 programs, the governor recommended total funding of $561 million. However, as of the budget hearing, $840 million had not been expended for those programs. Therefore, it appears that additional funding may be available and could be included in the budget, the legislatively approved budget. Fiscal staff would note the 21 legislature and the interim finance committee has approved various projects to utilize this funding. The executive budget largely reflects, though, the expenditures from the base year, FY22, in the executive budget. Nonetheless, fiscal staff prepared the following information for each program for the subcommittee's consideration, and that is the first table on page 45, which provides the ESSER 2 $477 million that has been approved by the IFC or the 21 legislature. I would note the bulk of this funding, 90%, was to be distributed to school districts and charter schools, as seen in the top line of that table. On page 46 of your packet, this provides the projects that were approved using the ESSER 3 $1.1 billion approved from the federal government for the state of Nevada. Again, 90% of the total award was provided to be distributed to school districts as well as charter schools. And then some of the other projects, individual projects that were approved by the legislature IFC are below. And then finally, turning to page 47, this is the Governor's Emergency Education Relief or GEAR 2 funding with the approved expenditures for that funding. The largest pieces being the school-based mental health professionals as well as the Nevada Ready pre-K program. As indicated during the budget hearing, the department was asked about its plan to utilize this federal funding, and the department indicated it was committed to utilizing all federal funding and asked for some flexibility in doing so. The ND specifically indicated it may seek to utilize unexpended project funding for other purposes that are in alignment with the federal guidelines. The NDE also indicated it would work collaboratively with LCB staff for updated revenue expenditures or expenditures projections for these programs and has provided that information to LCB Fiscal and asked that it be entered as technical adjustments in this budget. So turning to page 48 of your packet, this is the updated ESSER 2 table, very similar to the earlier ESSER 2 table, but this also provides a new column on the right with the projected FY24 expenditures. As you can see, this largely reflects the expenditures to date, less based on the amount allocated, less the expenditures to date, and that is what the department is generally asking to be forecasted for expenditure in FY24. I would note for ESSER 2, there is some residual funding appears to be left over for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching program, as well as sustaining Safe Voice with $116,854 available for the Safe Voice program. Turning to page 49 of your packet, this is the ESSER 3 program with, again, the projects that were approved by the legislature or IFC, as well as new columns on the right that show the projected FY24 expenditures and the FY25 projected expenditures as provided by the department. I would note on the Under the admin expenses, there's an overlap positions for the deputy superintendents that recently retired or resigned, and the department has indicated they would like to utilize some of that residual funding that's remaining for grant contract positions to help with grant contract management. And finally, turning to page 50 of your packet, this is the Gear 2 table that you saw earlier with a new column on the right that shows the projected FY24 expenditures for that project. And again, that shows funding of about $6.7 million remaining in FY24. During the department budget hearing on March 22nd, the NDE requested authority to utilize the funding initially approved for school-based mental health professionals be expended to cover other mental health services that are acceptable to the federal government. And according to the U.S. Department of Education website, this could include providing online counseling and other mental health supports. To provide the NDE with the appropriate level of authority to fully expend this federal funding, this subcommittee could consider recommending approval of the revised expenditure projections that were just provided. The department also requests flexibility that would allow it to utilize unexpended project funding for other purposes that are in alignment with the federal requirements. Since various projects are funded with a single expenditure category in this budget, I would note that such changes would not require IFC approval. However, the subcommittee may wish to issue a letter of intent requiring the NDE to submit quarterly reports with the activity associated with these 3 grant programs. That quarterly report could be provided to the LCB Fiscal Analysis Division 30 days after the close of each quarter, and then provided to the IFC at a subsequent meeting. If it's recommended to be approved, that letter of intent could include the bulleted items at the top of page 51 of your packet, and that would include updated expenditures for each project, information on any grant programs or projects that are experiencing issues, notice of the department's intent to reallocate funding, and notice of the department's intent to provide funding for any projects that were not previously approved. Finally, it could also provide expenditure projections for the remainder of the grant program. So the decision for the subcommittee can be found on page 51 of your packet. Does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the revised expenditure projections for the ESSER 2, ESSER 3, Gear 2 programs in FY24 and FY25 as provided by the Nevada Department of Education? In addition, does the subcommittee wish to recommend that the full committees issue a letter of intent to the department requiring reports to be provided to the LCB Fiscal Analysis Division 30 days after the close of each quarter for submission to a subsequent IFC meeting? That letter of intent could specify the following be provided in these quarterly reports for each of the 3 grant programs, and that would include the total expenditures for each project through the end of the quarter, information on any grant programs or projects that are experiencing issues, behind schedule, or otherwise at risk of not expending their funding by the grant deadline, notice of the department's intent to reallocate funding from one project to another to utilize the grant funding by the federal deadline, notice of the department's intent to provide funding for any projects that were not previously approved by the legislature or the IFC, and expenditure projections for the remainder of the grant period. And fiscal staff request authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for that information, and I would accept a motion to close this decision as read by staff. Oh. Senator Neal, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question on, it's at the top of page 49. There are 12 contract positions to support programs, and I'm wondering what those are going to be used for because of the prior budget approvals that we just made.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal. As I recall, there were certain programs, it's kind of a mix. Some of them were being used to track expenditures and financial duties, as well as some of those positions were specifically assigned to assist with some of the projects that needed personnel support.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes, please.
So you said that some were used to track, you said financial? Because I saw if you go, I don't know if it's the middle of the page, there's, I guess, money set aside for data collection, funding additional expenditures for statewide assessments, and also there is some, it looks like audit contract for $5 million to ensure compliance with conditions of subgrants and agreements and contracts and state federal requirements. I'm just trying to understand, like, what's the crossover? If there are other monies that look like they would do some of those things.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal. I would note the audit was an external auditor that is needed to ensure that the department complies with all the federal reporting, various federal reporting requirements. So that's an external auditor, as I recall. As far as some of the others, I cannot speak to any specific one, and the contractors related.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments, questions? Oh, yeah. Could Department of Ed shed any light on that particular item for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So this, what I'd like to do is really separate the two. This is an additional $1.7 billion that came to the state and that we will no longer have. So these positions that Senator Neal is asking for are specifically for projects in relationship to the federal programs. So they are monitoring the dollars specifically to ESSER 2 and 3 and GEAR 2 and 3, as well as the project management for those programs. So one of these positions in a prior session had asked about the non-public schools. And so one of the positions is monitoring all of those dollars, specifically the flow, and making sure that they expend them appropriately.
Any other questions? Senator Neal, any more clarification?
But it's just, I guess, maybe it's for fiscal to help me with this one, because it just seems like and maybe this is my imagination, that there's a crossover in the general fund allocation and then what the federal dollars are being used for. Although federal dollars are for they're going to have an expiration date. I just see, in some of the definitions, I just see a lot of overlap, right? And so I'm just trying to understand. It's like I said this before in committee. It's worse than baby font, right? So it's so tiny, and I'm just trying to read all of it so that's just my comments.
Megan Peterson, for the record, to give some additional clarity. We do have our standard business, which was before pandemic happened, obviously. We have federal grants that we received and the state grants. And so we have our main operating unit that has been supporting all of that. And that work has continued to grow and exceed our current staffing need. And then introducing the pandemic and the federal relief funds in order to facilitate that, because that's almost equal to our standard business. We requested and built in additional supports, and that's where those contract positions come in. And so, for example, for the emergency assistance for the non-public schools, EANS, we have an equivalent contract position to an EPP or an education program professional. And then we have an equivalent to a grant analyst to support not only the subrecipient in applying for that and how to spend those funds, but also processing the reimbursement requests, supporting the budgets, and then processing the payment. And so for a number of the programs that were proposed under the COVID relief funds, we have a similar type structure to support those funds, and that's where you're seeing the contract positions.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 48, you have it looks like it's for the incentivizing pathways to teaching, which is the proposed for FY24 is $12 million. And this is ESSER 2, not ESSER 3. And so is this the, I guess the ESSER 3, I guess what I'm wondering, there is a bill that's moving that was requesting, I think it was 50 million for these 3 pathways in order to create this teacher pathway and curriculum between the NSHE institutions. And so in ESSER 2 and then in ESSER 3, it looks like there are dollars in ESSER 3 on page 49. There's 15 million, right? So I'm looking at the 15 million there, the 12 million. Well, really, it's going to be 11 million as that's being asked for. Will these 2 allocations apply to that program? Or is this outside of the $50 million request that they're asking for in another bill?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you, Senator Neal, for the question. The dollars that were here for for the incentivizing teacher pathway, that was a proof of concept piece that we were afforded the opportunity through the federal dollars to move forward. Within the governor's recommended budget, there is a request to continue those dollars with Teach Nevada Scholarship. What you're noting in a separate bill is the request to, outside of these federal dollars, use the dollars that are being requested in general fund, as well as additional dollars to run that program, which are not reflected in this document.
So the additional dollars would come from where?
Megan Peterson, for the record. So I want to take a step back before we move with that answer and just clarify that to provide these projections, the department started with the anticipated amount of funding needed for that entire project and subtracted the expenditures year to date. We do anticipate that some of this will be expended before the fiscal year ends, but in order to provide a starting point for fiscal year 24, we used a point in time based on what we had experienced so far. So this $12 million may not be all that is actually needed in fiscal year 24 if we are able to process all of the reimbursements in fiscal year 23. And so this project would essentially end in fiscal year 24, and then with the assumed passage of those other bills, they would be the new funding source with general fund or as proposed to continue the project going forward.
Thank you. That's super helpful because I guess in my mind, I was just like, if there's a $50 million ask over here, and then there's direct overlap in teacher pathways, incentivizing teachers, and standing up a program, that there must be a correlation, I guess, just in my mind to be fiscally prudent, right? So I appreciate that explanation.
Thank you very much. And I believe Assemblywoman Bacchus has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along that same line on page 48, with respect to the Canvas Learning Management System, I see that there are 2 line items, basically a few below the below the incentivizing pathways, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down for the $2 million. And then at the bottom, there's also one entry for 1.4 million. And it looks like those funds have been exhausted. So I kind of have a 2-part question. One, do those cover both the licensing for the system or the system itself? And then also, did that also cover the personnel? And with that, how much longer will we be able to utilize those funds to cover the platform and the personnel to run the program?
Megan Peterson, for the record. As I mentioned previously, the 2 items that you see here for Canvas, those, especially the $2 million, those services have essentially been rendered or will be rendered within fiscal year '23. We haven't received the invoice yet. And so we do anticipate fully expending those in '23. So the contract at this point would cover through fiscal year '23, and that is where we were looking for a different source to continue it for fiscal year '24 and '25.
Madam Chair, thank you for the follow-up. And maybe, and I may have overlooked it, I've looked at a lot of different closing budgets, but do you know if this has made it into the governor's rec, or is this something that may be still floating out there that has not been budgeted for?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, it is not included in the governor's recommended budget.
And with that, so it's hard for me to tell from just the SR2 chart, but what do you anticipate those costs would be for this next biennium?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, for the next biennium, there we go. Yes, I need some more coffee. It is approximately $5 million. There were some enhancements that we were looking at with the product that would bring it to 7 if there were funding available.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, I don't know, are you ready for a motion? Please. On this budget item, I would go ahead and move to recommend approval of the revised expenditure projections for the SR2, SR3, Gear 2 programs in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 as provided by the Nevada Department of Education, and also recommend that the full committees issue a letter of intent to the department requiring reports to be provided to the LCB Fiscal Analysis Division 30 days after the close of each quarter for the submission to the subsequent IFC meeting. And with respect to that letter of intent, such should include the items set forth on page 51 of our packet, and also for authority for fiscal staff to enter technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman Bacchus. I'll second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you very much, and we will go on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The second major issue, closing issue, can be found on page 51 of your packet, and that's the Federal Emergency Assistance to Non-Public Schools funding. Inclusive of all decision units, the governor recommends funding of $1.9 million in this emergency assistance to non-public schools funding in FY24 to support these non-public or private schools. However, as the time of the budget hearing, it appeared funding of approximately $30 million was remaining and could be included in the legislatively approved budget. On page 52 of your packet, there's more detail on this funding, and it was provided by 2 pieces of federal legislation, and the funding is provided to assist nonprofit private schools and their recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. For each award, as the department indicated a few minutes ago, the NDE may reserve up to $200,000 for administrative costs. The table on 52 of your packet provides the funding distribution based on these 2 pieces of legislation to the non-public schools. On page 53 of your packet discusses the hearing discussion, and the subcommittee asked the department about this federal funding and any challenges the department has faced. The department indicated it was a new endeavor for both the department and these schools, and there were some issues collecting the necessary project and expenditure documentation. However, the department had recently acquired a new tool to provide that assisted with this process. The program funding for the first federal award with the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act must be obligated by September 30th of 2023, and the department indicated it had recently met with various non-public schools. It reassured these schools that it was acceptable to not fully expend their awards, but wished to be made aware of such issues as soon as possible so the department could reallocate that funding, any remaining funding, to those other non-public schools. However, the department indicated its goal was to fully expend this funding, and as a means to do so, would, as an ultimate method to do so, would offer any remaining funding that may not be utilized by the non-public schools to the public schools. The ND, similar to the other programs, also provided fiscal staff with updated revenue expenditure projections for these two programs, and those can be found on the table in the bottom of page 53 of your packet, and that totals $16.7 million over the biennium. And the fiscal staff request authority to enter technical adjustments to reflect this funding for the emergency assistance to non-public schools funding. So the decision for the subcommittee is on page 54 of your packet. Does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the revised funding for the Federal Emergency Assistance to Non-Public Schools program over the 23-25 biennium based on updated expenditure projections that have been provided by the department, which total $20.2 million in '24 and $2 million in FY25? Fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would accept a motion.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much. And a second by Senator Canizaro. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes, and we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next issue is found on page 54 of your packets, and this is the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds. The table on that page shows you how the governor recommends that funding be allocated in the upcoming biennium for the Department of Education. I would note that Assembly Bill 495 of the 2021 session provided $200 million in federal coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds to provide grants to school districts and university schools for profoundly gifted pupils to address the impacts of learning loss due to the pandemic. On page 55 of your packet, it illustrates how that $200 million has been allocated. And as of today, as of this writing, the expenditures of $2 million has been reflected for this program. However, the executive budget reflects AB 495 expenditures of $100 million in each year of the upcoming biennium. The department requested a technical adjustment to reflect expenditures of $198 million in FY24, which reflect the remaining expenditures, remaining funding available to date. And fiscal staff request authority to enter this technical adjustment for the AB 495 revenue and expenditures. So fiscal staff recommends the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds in this budget be closed as recommended by the governor, request authority to enter a technical adjustment to reflect AB 495 funding of $198 million in FY24 as requested by the Nevada Department of Education, and request authority to enter other technical adjustments as needed.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you. Second by Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? Senator Neal.
So, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure, so in the recommended budget that we're giving, we already know that it's probably going to be about 3.4 billion that goes to CCSD. This 150 million is in addition to?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal, that is correct.
Do we know, is there going to be some continual reporting on what they're doing with this 150 million now that we know that there may be some curriculum updates that need to happen?
Yeah, Madam Chair, and through you to Senator Neal, I'm not sure about the reporting requirements with AB 495. We can take a look.
Senator, if my memory serves me correctly, I do not believe there are reporting requirements in 495. Can the department confirm that, or confirm or deny?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, every single school district, as well as the State Public Charter School Authority, was required to submit a plan prior to the allocation of the funds being made available. Their 495 did not require a report after the funds were made available.
Madam Chair, is there any way, can we require a report even though it's not legislatively in that bill? After,
You could amend the bill after the fact, amend statutes in Nevada. You need a BDR.
I know I'm not trying to like hold this up, but I think it's super important to know after the money is given, what did they spend it on? So we can figure out if there is effective education policy being implemented and appropriate activity that is going to move the education, I guess, policy and agenda forward. It's a substantial amount of money that I think we ought to know what all of them, but really CCSD, which has majority of the schools, what they're doing.
Madam Chair, I will go ahead and withdraw my initial motion.
Assemblywoman Bacchus, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and revise my motion and move to recommend the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds in this budget be closed as recommended by the governor. Request authority to enter technical adjustments to reflect AB 495 funding of the $198 million in fiscal year 24 as requested by the Nevada Department of Education, and also move for fiscal staff to enter other technical adjustments as necessary. I would also move to recommend that the full committees issue a letter of intent to the department requiring reports to be provided to the LCB Fiscal Analysis Division at the end of the fiscal year, setting forth like items to reflect collection of reports from the school districts, the state charter authority, as well as the Davidson Academy. For those, actually Davidson Academy did not receive any funds. So for the school districts and the charter schools who received funding under AB 495 to reflect how that money was utilized in a consistent with Assembly Bill 495.
Thank you.
Second from Senator Canizaro, discussion. Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't see charter schools on the list. There's charter schools within the school districts that are still school district sponsored, but the state charter school authority is not on there.
Mr. Drost.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Sievers-Gansert, yes, there was AB 495 did provide $15 million for charter schools, including school district-sponsored charter schools, and that was provided to the State Public Charter School Authority.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no more discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The final items are just other closing items and some technical adjustments to reflect on the number one, Division of Enterprise IT Services, and technical adjustments to reflect the correct number of phone lines and email accounts. And fiscal staff requests authority to enter those adjustments, as well as to balance the federal grant programs based on the final recommendations of the subcommittee. The other closing item can be found on page 56, and this is the expiring grant programs decision unit. And fiscal staff requests authority to make technical adjustments to balance these expiring federal grant programs with the final recommendations of the subcommittee. Fiscal staff recommends other closing item 1 be closed as recommended by the governor, with technical adjustments to reflect the updated expenditures on the phone lines and business productivity suite software, and to balance the federal grant programs based on the recommendations of the subcommittee. And other closing item 2 be closed as recommended by the governor, with technical adjustments to balance these expiring federal grant programs with the updated projected expenditures provided by the Nevada Department of Education and the recommendations of the subcommittee. And fiscal staff request authority to make other technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much from Assemblywoman Backus, and second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes, and thank you very much, and we'll change the guard again. Hang on. Good morning, Ms. Ryan, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of the subcommittee. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, there are 7 budgets remaining to be closed by the subcommittee this morning. 3 are department operating budgets, and 4 are K-12 budgets. 6 of these budgets were previously heard by the subcommittee, and the final budget staff is responsible for developing closing recommendations for. The next budget for the subcommittee's consideration this morning is the Office of Early Learning and Development budget account 2709, which was heard by the subcommittee on March 22nd and begins on page 59 of the closing packet. The Office of Early Learning and Development within the Nevada Department of Education manages and administers programs for at-risk children who are ready for kindergarten and programs focused on improving access and quality of early childhood programs throughout the state. There are 3 major closing issues within this budget, the first of which is additional funding for the state pre-K program, where the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $20.1 million over the 2023-25 biennium for additional funding for the state pre-K program, which when combined with the funding included in the base budget, this recommendation would provide total funding of $28.5 million in fiscal year 2024 and $31.1 million in fiscal year 2025 for the state pre-K program, which would increase the number of pre-K seats funded to 3,394 in fiscal year 2024 and 3,694 in fiscal year 2025, based on maintaining the 2021-23 biennium legislatively approved per seat cost of $8,410 in the 2023-25 biennium. For reference, the 2021 legislature approved general fund appropriations of $19.8 million in each year of the 2021-23 biennium for the state pre-K program, and approved changing the funding methodology for the program using a standard per seat cost of $8,410 that funded approximately 2,349 full-day pre-K seats in each year of the 2021-23 biennium. Additionally, the 2021 legislature approved federal GEAR grant funds of $3.2 million in the NDE COVID-19 funding budget, so budget account 2710, to fund 376.5 additional pre-K seats. So the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $20.1 million over the biennium for additional funding for the state pre-K program includes the following areas, which is outlined in the table at the bottom of page 61 of the closing packet. So the governor recommends funding to replace GEAR funds of $3.2 million in each year of the biennium, funding to replace braided funding to provide 3,094 total seats at $3.1 million in each year of the biennium, funding to add 300 pre-K seats beginning in fiscal year 2024, $2.5 million in each year of the biennium, and funding to add 300 pre-K seats beginning in fiscal year 2025 at $2.5 million in fiscal year 2025. To get to the 8.8 recommended in fiscal year 2024 and 11.3 recommended in fiscal year 2025. Additionally, following the budget hearing, the department provided information regarding the braided funding reported by each entity in fiscal year 2022 as outlined in the table at the top of page 63 of the closing packet, as well as those entities that indicated they could expand their pre-K program should additional funding be available, which is outlined in the list on page 63 as well. The department also provided some information following the budget hearing regarding the wait list for the state pre-K program for each entity, which is included in the table at the top of page 64, as well as the current vacant seats for fiscal year 2023 for the state pre-K program for each entity, as outlined in the table at the bottom of page 64 of the closing packet. So the decision for the subcommittee can be found on page 65 of the closing packet. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $8.8 million in fiscal year 2024 and $11.3 million in fiscal year 2025 to increase the total number of seats for the state pre-K program to approximately 3,394 seats in fiscal year 2024 and 3,694 in fiscal year 2025, with funding distributed based on an annual per seat cost of $8,410, and fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I will accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the federal GEAR funding is not available in the upcoming biennium to fund a portion of the cost for the state pre-K program, I believe we need to replace this funding so that we can maintain the pre-K seats that are currently funded by the federal GEAR funds. However, rather than using general funds as recommended by the governor, I move that we recommend the use of federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds of $3,170,447 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to replace the federal GEAR funding that currently supports the state pre-K program. I also move that we recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $2,523,000 in fiscal year 23 and $5,046,000 in fiscal year 2025 to add 300 new pre-K seats in each year of the 2023-25 biennium. Lastly, I move that we do not recommend approval of the governor's recommendation to replace braided funding of $3.1 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium from the providers of the state pre-K program services, and instead have the providers continue to contribute braided funding for the program. In total, my motion would include federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds of $6.3 million over the 2023-25 biennium to fund the pre-K seats that are currently funded by the expiring federal GARE grant, as well as $7.6 million in general fund appropriations over the 2023-25 biennium to fund an additional 300 new pre-K seats in each year of the 2023-25 biennium. At a minimum, this would fund 3,026 pre-K seats in fiscal year 2024 and 3,326 pre-K seats in fiscal year 2025 at a cost per seat of $8,410. If braided funding is supplied by the providers of the state pre-K program services similar to historic levels, this could provide funding for 3,394 pre-K seats in fiscal year 2024 and 3,694 pre-K seats in fiscal year 2025 at a cost per seat of $8,410. I would also move to recommend that fiscal staff be provided the authority to make technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I'll take a second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the second major closing issue in this budget is for one new education programs professional position, which the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $223,511 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new education programs professional position to support data collection and reporting for the Office of Early Learning and Development. The department indicates this position would collect, analyze, and report on early learning data, inclusive of quality ratings, assessment scores, program surveys, and budget fiscal information. This position would work alongside an existing management analyst position to expand access to Infinite Campus to early learners and provide pre-K information to the Nevada P20 to Workforce Research Data System. The department indicates that the existing management analyst position collects data for the state pre-K program, and the recommended education programs professional position would work to analyze the data and create reports related to quality star ratings, childcare, and workforce information. Additionally, this position would work with other early childhood agencies and programs to support an early childhood integrated data system which currently does not exist but is recommended to be developed by the Office of Early Childhood Systems that is proposed to be created within the Office of the Governor through Assembly Bill 113 of this legislative session. So the department indicates that before the NDE would be able to participate in an early childhood integrated data system, the department would need a department-specific data system for early childhood data across all NDE offices, and this position would be responsible for developing and maintaining this department-specific data system. Additionally, the department during the budget hearing indicated that it currently collects, analyzes, and reports on early learning data by using a variety of Microsoft Excel documents and Smartsheets that are then submitted by email or Smartsheet form and could result in human error. So this position would be responsible for developing and maintaining a department-specific system for collecting early childhood data, which could provide the department with a better system for collecting data. And there are a few technical adjustments outlined at the bottom of page 66 of the document related to the retirement code for the position as well as travel. And so the decision for the subcommittee at the top of page 67 of the closing packet is, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $99,890 in fiscal year 2024 and $123,621 in fiscal year 2025 for the addition of one new education programs professional position and associated operating costs to support data collection and reporting for the Office of Early Learning and Development. If so, fiscal staff requests authority to enter the noted technical adjustment to account for the appropriate retirement code, the noted technical adjustment to reflect travel in the Nevada Ready Pre-K admin category, and any other technical adjustments as necessary. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to make the recommendation as stated by staff.
Thank you very much. Second by Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. We'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the third major closing issue in this budget is the new federal preschool development grant, which was not included in the executive budget. So the department was awarded a $30 million three-year federal preschool development grant, birth through 5 renewal grant. However, this grant was not included in the executive budget, and the first year of expenditures were approved at the April 6th Interim Finance Committee meeting to accept and establish authority for that first year of funding and expenditures. So although not reflected in the executive budget, the remaining 2 years of funding could also be included in the budget for the 2023-25 biennium. So according to the department, this grant would allow Nevada to strengthen its statewide birth through age 5 early childhood care and education system, expand access to new and existing programs, and maximize family and parent engagement. So the first year of expenditures are in the table at the top of page 68 of the closing packet, and years 2 and years 3 that could be included in the budget for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 are outlined in the table at the bottom of page 68 of the closing packet, which outlines the different expenditures that could be funded through this grant. And then I would just note that the department included some information regarding some pilot seats during the testimony provided during the budget hearing, which the department indicates based on the viability of the pilot programs, the department may request general fund appropriations in future fiscal years to continue these additional pre-K seats should federal funding not be available. So the decision for the subcommittee regarding this federal grant at the bottom of page 69 of the closing packet is, does the subcommittee wish to recommend including federal grant funding of $10 million in fiscal year 2024 and $9.7 million in fiscal year 2025 for the federal preschool development grant, birth through 5 renewal grant, and associated expenditures? And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to make the recommendation as stated by fiscal staff.
Senator Titus.
Thank you. So just for clarification, this $10 million would be our 30%, or is this of the, we have $30 million in a federal grant, but we're obligated to pay a portion of that. So the $10 million we're looking at is from our general funds or the grant money?
Thank you for the question. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Titus, the $10 million is just specific to the grant. So the department indicates that the match for the grant, since there is a match requirement of 30%, is $3 million for each year of the award, which would be met using the funding already included in the state pre-K program. So those general fund appropriations that are already included in the budget.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will, everybody, no more discussion? Okay, good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. We'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, there is one other closing item in this budget, which is for replacement equipment, and there is a technical adjustment outlined on page 70 of the closing document related to this replacement equipment, and fiscal staff recommends the other closing item be closed with the noted technical adjustment, and fiscal staff requests authority for staff to make other technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to make recommendations as stated by fiscal staff.
Thank you very much, and second by Senator Canizaro. All those in, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. We'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the next budget for the subcommittee's consideration is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget, so budget account 2715, which was previously heard by the subcommittee on March 8th and begins on page 71 of the closing packet. The Individuals with Disabilities Education budget includes Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funding, the Office of Inclusive Education, and administrative support for the state's Gifted and Talented Education program. And Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funding is provided through formula grants to states to improve performance of students with disabilities on statewide assessments. And the Individuals with Disabilities Education grant funding is divided into 3 programs. So the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act Part B grant, Individuals with Disabilities Education Education Act Part B Early Childhood Grant, and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act Part D State Personnel Development Grant. So there are 4 major closing issues in this budget, the first of which is a transfer and change in funding source for a portion of the Nevada Alternative Assessment, which the governor recommends a reduction in federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funds of $503,836 over the 2023-25 biennium by transferring a portion of the contract costs for the Nevada Alternative Assessment from the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget to the NDE Assessments and Accountability budget, which was heard earlier this morning by the subcommittee, and funding this portion of the assessment cost with general fund appropriations. So historically, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget funded 23.2% of the cost of the Nevada Alternative Assessment, while the remaining 76.8% has been funded through the Assessments and Accountability budget. So this decision was made by the 2009 legislature, where this funding for the Nevada Alternative Assessment, a portion in this budget was made, and that it was determined to be an allowable use of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funds to fund a portion of this assessment. So then I would just note that the department indicates that this recommendation would align the assessments in the Assessments and Accountability budget. And then the governor recommends changing the source of funding for this portion of the Nevada Alternative Assessment in the Assessments and Accountability budget with general fund appropriations of $377,877 and state assessment federal revenue of $125,959 over the 2023-25 biennium. However, all federal state assessments grant funding should have funded base budget expenditures in that account, and as such, this enhancement would be funded by general fund appropriations totaling $503,836 over the 2023-25 biennium if approved by the subcommittee. Additionally, during the budget hearing, the department testified that this recommendation is primarily an accounting measure that would align this assessment with other assessments managed by the department by placing all financial obligations related to assessments in the Assessments and Accountability budget. However, we just note that this recommendation is more than an accounting measure, as it would require additional general fund appropriations of $503,836 over the 2023-25 biennium to support these assessments. So the subcommittee could determine it is an allowable use of funds to continue funding 23.2% of the Nevada Alternative Assessment with Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding in this budget for the 2023-25 biennium. And then just wanted to note, should the subcommittee choose to not recommend approval of the governor's recommendation to transfer a portion of the Nevada Alternative Assessment from this budget to the Assessments and Accountability budget, it may also wish to direct staff to make a technical adjustment to reflect 23.2% of the total projected cost of the Nevada Alternative Assessment in this budget, as this has been the historic distribution for this expenditure. So there are options for the subcommittee's consideration on page 74 of the closing document. Option A is recommend approval of transferring a portion of the Nevada Alternative Assessment from the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget to the Assessments and Accountability budget, and funding this portion of the assessment with total general fund appropriations of $503,836 in that budget over the 2023-25 biennium, inclusive of the technical adjustment requested by fiscal staff, since all state assessments grant funding should have funded base budget expenditures in the Assessments and Accountability budget. Or option B, not recommend approval of the governor's recommendation to transfer a portion of the Nevada Alternative Assessment from the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget to the Assessments and Accountability budget and continue to fund 23.2% of the Nevada Alternative Assessment with federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funds. And if this option is selected, fiscal staff requests authority to enter a technical adjustment to reflect 23.2% of the total projected cost of the Nevada Alternative Assessment in this budget. And fiscal staff requests authority to make other technical adjustments as necessary. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to not recommend approval of the governor's recommendation to transfer a portion of the Nevada Alternative Assessment from the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget to the Assessments and Accountability budget and continue to fund 23.2% of the Nevada Alternative Assessment with federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funds. Likewise, I would also move for fiscal staff to have authority to enter technical adjustments to reflect the 23.2% of the total projected cost of the Nevada Alternative Assessments to this budget, as well as to make other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much. And I have a second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion on this budget? All right, with that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. We'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the second major closing issue in this budget is for one new education programs professional position, which the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $223,511 over the 2023-25 biennium. For one new full-time education programs professional position to assist with federally required tribal consultations. The department indicates that this new position would manage all requirements related to the tribal consultation process required by the federal Every Student Succeeds Act. Additionally, there are 4 Nevada school districts that are currently required to consult with tribes located within their districts, and the process has not been communicated clearly to both local educational agencies and tribal organizations. The department indicates this dedicated position would ensure the consultation process is handled consistently and with fidelity. So the new position would manage all requirements related to this tribal consultation process required by the Every Student Succeeds Act, which would include facilitating meetings and compiling data from past meetings to determine training and technical assistance needs. Additionally, the department's student and school support budget account 2712, provides for the distribution and administration of federal grants, including the Federal Indian Education Grant. That budget also funds an education programs professional position that supports the Federal Indian Education Grant. A budget amendment A231262715 was submitted by the Governor's Finance Office on March 4th, 2023 to transfer the Indian Education Grant and the Education Programs Professional position that supports the grant and Indian education from the Student and School Support budget to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget. So the department during the budget hearing testified that over the last 18 months there has been significantly more interaction between the local educational agencies and the tribal organizations, so this position would help to facilitate that communication. And then I would just note there is a technical adjustment for the education programs professional position recommended in this decision unit for the retirement code. And then in relation to the budget amendment submitted by the Governor's Finance Office, the department testified during the budget hearing that it restructured its Office of Special Education to the Office of Inclusive Education to centralize programs unique to specific individuals such as gifted and talented pupils, special education, and the Indian Education Grant. So this recommendation to transfer the Indian Education Grant and the Education Programs Professional position would complete that alignment under the Office of Inclusive Education. So the decision for the subcommittee can be found on page 76 of the closing packet. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $99,890 in fiscal year 2024 and $123,621 in fiscal year 2025 for the addition of one new education programs professional position and associated operating costs to assist with federally required tribal consultations, and fiscal staff requests authority to correct the retirement code for this new position to align with those for new positions. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of budget amendment A231262715 to transfer the Indian Education Grant and Education Programs Professional and associated costs from the Student and School Support budget to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act budget, and fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I would accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to make the recommendations of both these decisions as stated by fiscal staff, as well as providing fiscal staff with the authority to correct the retirement code for the new position to align with those new positions, as well as have authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much. A second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? Senator Titus.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. I actually meant to do this before the motion, but it's fine. On page 75, I'm sorry if I missed this, but can I have some clarification on why only 4 Nevada school districts, Churchill, Clark, Elko, and Washoe, are currently required to consult with tribes in their district? And what about the other 13 counties that we have, many of which I represent, that have tribes in them? Is there just somebody who can answer that quickly?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Titus. So at the top of page 75, it outlines what requires that tribal consultation process. So it's local educational agencies with an enrollment of American Indian or Alaska Native students that is not less than 50% of the total enrollment of the local educational agency, or that received more than 40,000 in Title VI Indian education formula grants in the previous fiscal year that are subject to the outlined tribal consultation process.
So again, so strictly those, I guess the bottom line, if they applied and received grants, then they have certain obligations to that, and I have to assume that these other counties didn't apply for those grants?
Would the Department of Ed have someone who can answer that question?
And I bring this up because we know that there are some schools that are on Indian reservations that are really having some difficult times, specifically Oahe and Duckwater, and I'm just wondering where they fit in the process.
Megan Peterson, for the record. It will be different for each one of the districts, and we would have to reach out to them to confirm which of the scenarios were applicable in that time. But there was also a provision in terms of the amount of funding. So if they applied for less than 40,000, they also would not have been required to submit. So we could look into that information and get it to you, though.
Great, and if I might, Madam Chair, with all the conversations regarding some of these schools on these reservations, I'd really like to see which schools did indeed apply, which didn't, and how much funding they did get. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that opportunity.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that comment. All right, with that being said, seeing no more questions, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the third major closing issue in this budget is for one new Grants and Projects Analyst position, which the Governor recommends Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding of $173,587,000 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new Grants and Projects Analyst position to manage various Office of Inclusive Education data. This position would assist with grant reporting requirements, collect and analyze data, and assist the department in implementing best practices for data management. Additionally, the department indicates that this position would compile data and prepare reports regarding program activities in relation to the implementation and evaluation of Nevada's statewide plan for the improvement of pupils, which outlines 6 goals to guide the improvement of Nevada's pre-K through 12th grade education system over a 5-year period, which those goals are outlined in the middle of page 77 of the closing document. Additionally, while the Governor recommends this position be funded with Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding in each year of the 2023-25 biennium, the supporting documentation indicates this position should be funded with general fund appropriations, which the department confirms would be the most appropriate funding source since this position would support the entire Office of Inclusive Education. So in response to questions during the budget hearing, the department testified that the Grants and Projects Analyst position was no longer recommended to move forward as part of the Governor's recommended budget. And since the department indicates that the most appropriate funding source for this position to be general fund appropriations, however, the Governor's Finance Office determined a budget amendment would not be submitted to reflect this funding change. Additionally, the department indicated that should this position be approved and funded with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding, the position would not be able to perform the full scope of the planned work and would be limited to supporting work related to students with disabilities. And should the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of this position funded with general fund appropriations, it may also wish to recommend the full committees issue a letter of intent directing the department to study the time, effort, and funding for this position that should be cost allocated between Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding and general fund appropriations and report its findings to the interim finance committee. It should also be noted that during the budget hearing, the department indicated that it would still be able to fully implement the statewide plan for the improvement of pupils without the addition of the Grants and Projects Analyst position, and notes that should this position not be approved, existing staff would complete this work as time and workload capacity would allow. So there are various options for the subcommittee's consideration at the bottom of page 78 of the closing packet. Option A is recommend approval of Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding of $77,096 in fiscal year 2024 and $96,491 in fiscal year 2025 for the addition of one new grants and projects analyst position and associated operating costs to manage various Office of Inclusive Education data as recommended by the Governor. However, funding the position with this source would not allow the position to perform the full scope of the planned work, and it would be limited to supporting work related to students with disabilities. Or option B, recommend approval of general fund appropriations of $77,096 in fiscal year 2024 and $96,491 in fiscal year 2025 for the addition of one new grants and projects analyst position and associated operating costs to manage various Office of Inclusive Education data. And funding the position with this source would allow the position to perform the full scope of the planned work beyond supporting work related to students with disabilities. Since some of the duties and responsibilities for this position would support work related to students with disabilities, the subcommittee may also wish to consider recommending that the full committees issue a letter of intent, directing the department to study the time, effort, and funding for this position that should be cost allocated between Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding and general fund appropriations and report its findings to the Interim Finance Committee by August 1st, 2024 for possible consideration as the executive budget for the 2025-27 biennium is developed. Or option C, not recommend approval of the Governor's recommendation for the addition of one new grants and projects analyst position and associated operating costs to manage various Office of Inclusive Education data, since the department indicates it would still be able to fully implement the statewide plan for the improvement of pupils without the additional position. And fiscal staff requests authority to make other technical adjustments as necessary. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion that a hybrid of options A and B on page 78 of the closing packet. I move that we recommend approval of funding of $77,096 in fiscal year 2024 and $96,491 in fiscal year 2025 for the addition of one new grants and projects analyst position and associated operating costs to manage various Office of Inclusive Education data. However, I move to recommend that this position and associated operating costs be funded with 50% with general fund appropriations and 50% with Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funds. Additionally, I move to recommend that the money committees issue a letter of intent directing the department to study the time and effort for this position and how the funding should be cost allocated between Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding and general fund appropriations in future biennia, and report its findings to the Interim Finance Committee by August 1st, 2024 for possible consideration as the executive budget for the 2025-27 biennium is developed. I would also move to recommend that fiscal staff be provided the authority to make technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I'll take a second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion passes. We'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the fourth major closing issue in this budget is for one new education programs professional position, which the Governor recommends Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding of $220,941 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new education programs professional position to monitor local educational agencies' administration of this federal grant. This position would manage a monitoring system to ensure school districts and charter schools comply with the statutory and regulatory requirements of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and according to the department, this recommendation is necessary to implement the requirements of the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act regulations, which include state monitoring, enforcing, and reporting on the implementation of the Act. Overall, the department indicates this position would develop monitoring strategies, ensure corrective action of noncompliance by enforcing regulations, policies, and procedures, and provide professional development and technical assistance. Additionally, during the budget hearing, the department testified that the education programs professional position would allow the department to be more proactive rather than reactive when working with the local educational agencies, and would assist with developing the corrective action plans if necessary for these local educational agencies. There are two technical adjustments outlined on the bottom of page 80 of the closing document related to the retirement code, as well as travel expenditures that were not included in the executive budget for this position of $13,439 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium. And the decision for the subcommittee is at the bottom of page 80 of the closing packet. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grant funding of $98,605 in fiscal year 2024 and $122,336 in fiscal year 2025 for the addition of one new education programs professional position and associated operating costs to monitor local educational agencies' administration of this federal grant? If so, fiscal staff requests authority to enter the noted technical adjustment to account for the appropriate retirement code and any other technical adjustments as necessary. And does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of travel-related expenditures for this position of $13,439 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium, funded with Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funds? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I would move to make the recommendations for both items as stated by fiscal staff and to make any technical adjustments to account for the appropriate retirement code and any other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much. I'll take a second from Senator Kenneth. No, I won't. I'll take a second from Senator Neal. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes, and we'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, there is one other closing item in this budget, which is for replacement equipment, and a technical adjustment related to this replacement equipment request is outlined on page 81 of the closing document. And fiscal staff recommends the other closing item be closed with the noted technical adjustments, and fiscal staff requests authority for staff to make other technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to have the fiscal staff make the closing items be closed with the noted technical adjustments as stated by fiscal staff, and also make other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much. And a second from
Second.
Senator Neal. Thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you very much. Motion passes. And we'll move on. We're getting closer. Hang on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the next budget for the subcommittee's consideration is the Safe and Respectful Learning Budget, so Budget Account 2721, which was heard by the subcommittee on March 22nd and begins on page 83 of the closing packet. The Safe and Respectful Learning Budget isolates the expenditures associated with the Office for a Safe and Respectful Learning Environment and the Department's Safe Voice Anti-Bullying Program. There are 4 major closing issues in this budget. The first major closing issue is for the Safe Voice licensing fee, which the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $772,000 over the 2023-25 biennium to fund the software licensing fee for the Safe Voice tip line that was funded with federal grant funds over the 2021-23 biennium. So the NDE COVID-19 funding budget funded by ESSER funds the Safe Voice licensing fee for the 2021-23 biennium. And the department indicates this recommendation would utilize general fund appropriations to maintain this system on an ongoing basis and has historically been funded with federal funds. And there's some information related to the Safe Voice tips that have been collected on pages 84 of the closing document. As well as, given the expiration of the federal grant funds, the governor recommends funding an annual licensing fee for the Safe Voice mobile application and reporting system with general fund appropriations over the 2023-25 biennium. However, this recommendation is for $386,000 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to fund the annual licensing fee, but supporting documentation indicates it is expected to cost $193,000 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium. So Budget Amendment A232392721 was submitted by the Governor's Finance Office, which recommends reducing general fund appropriations by $193,000 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium in alignment with projected expenditures. Additionally, following the budget hearing, the department indicated that it was in the process of reconciling the federal funding in the NDE COVID-19 funding budget for the 2023-25 biennium and identified $116,854 of ESSER funding within the NDE COVID-19 funding budget to be available to provide funding for the Safe Voice program in fiscal year 2024. As such, the subcommittee could consider utilizing this funding in the NDE COVID-19 funding budget to fund a portion of the licensing fee for the Safe Voice program in fiscal year 2024. So the decision for the subcommittee at the bottom of page 85 of the closing packet is, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of general fund appropriations of $76,146 in fiscal year 2024 and $193,000 in fiscal year 2025 to fund the annual licensing fee for the Safe Voice reporting system, inclusive of Budget Amendment A23239271, and the noted technical adjustment to reduce general fund appropriations by an additional $116,854 in fiscal year 2024 due to federal funding of $116,854 identified in the NDE COVID-19 funding budget to fund a portion of the annual licensing fee for the Safe Voice reporting system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to recommend as stated by fiscal staff.
Thank you very much. Second by Senator Canizaro. Questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, motion passes. We'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the second major closing issue in this budget is for one new program officer position, which the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $171,168 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new program officer position to support the Safe Voice and Handle with Care programs, which the department indicates this position would support the existing education programs professional position dedicated to school safety. And as previously mentioned, the Safe Voice program serves as a statewide bullying prevention and notification tool, and the Handle with Care program requires law enforcement officers to report to a school when they encounter a school-aged child who may have been exposed to a traumatic event. So the new program officer position would assist with the continued implementation of the Handle with Care program by increasing law enforcement knowledge on the Handle with Care program and inform school staff on effective trauma-related practices. Additionally, the department indicates that Safe Voice tips have increased in recent fiscal years, especially related to adult-to-child bullying and discrimination, and this position would assist with those tips. Additionally, the department provided, following the budget hearing, provided those tips in recent fiscal years to indicate how those have increased. Additionally, the department testified that this position would review the Safe Voice tips and compile the data and information to create a training plan so that training plans and materials would be available to meet the needs of the school districts when they arise. Additionally, and there is one technical adjustment for this position as outlined at the top of page 88 of the closing packet related to the retirement code. So the decision for the subcommittee is, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $75,996 in fiscal year 2024 and $95,172 in fiscal year 2025 for the addition of one new program officer position and associated costs to support the Safe Voice and Handle with Care programs? If so, fiscal staff requests authority to enter the noted technical adjustment to account for the appropriate retirement code and other technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, I would move to make the recommendation consistent with what fiscal staff stated, as well as to enter the noted technical adjustment to account for appropriate retirement code and other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, nay. Seeing, you know how your brain just stops? Motion passes. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the third major closing issue is a funding source change for one program officer position, which the governor recommends the elimination of federal trauma recovery grant funding of $733,165 and federal new school climate grant funding of $1.3 million over the 2023-25 biennium to reflect the expiration of the federal grants, and a general fund appropriation of $78,479 in fiscal year 2025 to fund an existing program officer position currently funded with the expiring federal trauma recovery grant funds, which are scheduled to expire in September 2024, and the department indicates this position is needed beyond that date to support trauma-related issues. Additionally, this position's current duties include ensuring students have access to trauma services in a timely manner, regardless of the ability to pay, working with providers to improve the capacity of Nevada Mental Health Agency's abilities to provide trauma interventions in a manner that addresses students' critical students' cultural and linguistic needs in working with local educational agencies to identify, support, and refer students with trauma in order to help students overcome learning barriers. Additionally, the department indicates that this position would continue to perform these duties if approved to continue. And following the budget hearing, the department indicated that the ongoing duties for the program officer position could not be handled by the remaining staff in this budget. So the decision for the subcommittee on page 89 of the closing packet is, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation to eliminate federal grant fund revenue of $2 million over the 2023-25 biennium to reflect the expiration of the trauma recovery grant and the new school climate grant? Additionally, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for the continuation of a program officer position by replacing expiring federal grant funds with a general fund appropriation of $78,479 in fiscal year 2025, and fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move to make the recommendations as stated by fiscal staff and also to provide authority to fiscal staff to enter technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I'll have a second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. We'll move on, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the fourth major closing issue in this budget is for school climate and working conditions surveys, which the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $1 million over the 2023-25 biennium for school climate and working conditions surveys. The department indicates this recommendation would fund a contract with American Institutes for Research to provide school staff with the opportunity to provide feedback on working conditions and school climates. However, the department indicates this enhancement is no longer needed as American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds were approved by the Interim Finance Committee at its October 20th, 2022 meeting for this same purpose. So the Governor's Finance Office submitted Budget Amendment A232372721, which recommends eliminating this decision unit. So the decision for the subcommittee is, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of Budget Amendment A232372721, which would eliminate Decision Unit E351 and general fund appropriations of $1 million over the 2023-25 biennium for school climate and working conditions surveys, which would be funded with American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move to make recommendations as stated by fiscal staff.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you very much. Motion passes. We'll keep moving.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the next budget in the first K-12 budget for the subcommittee's consideration is the Professional Development Programs budget, Budget Account 2618, which was previously heard by the subcommittee on March 24th and begins on page 93 of the closing packet. The Professional Development Programs budget supports the regional professional development programs, which provide research-based professional development opportunities for teachers and administrators statewide. There are 3 regional training programs across the state: the Southern Nevada Regional Training Program, the Northwestern Nevada Regional Training Program, and the Northeastern Nevada Regional Training Program. There's one major closing issue in this budget, which is additional funding for the regional professional development programs, where the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $447,412 over the 2023-25 biennium for an approximate 3% increase in funding for the regional professional development programs to address increased costs the programs have experienced over recent fiscal years. And combined with the funding included in the base budget, this recommendation would provide total funding of $7.5 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium for the regional professional development programs. Additionally, some information regarding the distribution of this funding between the programs as well as the school districts for each program are outlined on page 94 of the closing document. And the number of teachers and administrators served and some information regarding the professional development performed by the regional professional development programs can be found at the top of page 95 of the closing packet. Additionally, the governor recommends general fund appropriations for an approximate 3% increase in the executive budget. However, the governor's finance office indicates that this should have been an exact 3% increase. Additionally, similarly, the governor recommended a 2% overall increase for the programs in 2019. However, the legislature ultimately approved a 3% cost of living adjustment instead. So in alignment with the methodology utilized during the 2019-21 biennium, the subcommittee could consider a funding increase based on a cost of living adjustment on salaries only, rather than an overall increase. Additionally, we just note that the department indicates that the regional professional development programs have expressed that a 6% cost of living adjustment would be more appropriate than a 3% cost of living adjustment should the subcommittee determine a cost of living adjustment as the methodology. And then I would just note, following the budget hearing, the department provided some information on what that cost of living adjustment may look like, in addition to a commensurate increase in benefits, to include a 3.75% PERS increase. And that is outlined in the tables on page 97 of the closing document, for a 3% cost of living adjustment in the first table and a 6% cost of living adjustment, and what that looks like with the 3.75% PERS increase as well. Additionally, we just note that the legislature did reduce the funding for the regional professional development programs during the 31st special session, and this recommendation in the executive budget would not restore that level of funding. So the subcommittee could consider multiple options, which are outlined in the table at the bottom of page 97, which also align with the options for the subcommittee's consideration on page 99 of the closing packet. So the options for the subcommittee's consideration is, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of one of the following? So option 1, recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $217,191 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium, which includes a technical adjustment to reflect an exact 3% increase in funding for the regional professional development programs to address increased costs the programs have experienced over recent fiscal years. Or option 2, recommend approval of general fund appropriations of $116,231 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium for a 3% cost of living adjustment increase for the regional professional development programs, consistent with the methodology utilized during the 2019-21 biennium. Or option 3, recommend approval of general fund appropriations of $265,879 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium for a 3% cost of living adjustment and 3.75% PERS increase for the regional professional development programs. Or option 4, recommend approval of general fund appropriations of $232,462 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium for a 6% cost of living adjustment increase for the regional professional development programs, consistent with the methodology utilized during the 2019-21 biennium. Or option 5, recommend approval of general fund appropriations of $386,469 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium for a 6% cost of living adjustment and 3.75% PERS increase for the regional professional development programs. Or option 6, recommend approval of general fund appropriations of $327,696 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to restore the regional professional development programs to pre-pandemic funding levels. Or option 7, not recommend approval of the governor's recommendation to increase general fund appropriations for additional funding for the regional professional development programs in the 2023-25 biennium. Additionally, fiscal staff requests authority to make technical adjustments as necessary. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move to recommend approval of general fund appropriations of $327,696 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to restore the regional professional development programs to pre-pandemic funding levels, as well as to provide authority to fiscal staff to make technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I'll have a second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion on this? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes, and we'll move on. Ms. Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, there are 3 other closing items in this budget, which includes the Teacher of the Year, which the subcommittee approved providing fiscal staff with authority to enter a technical adjustment to transfer the State Teacher of the Year program to the Educator Effectiveness budget on April 12th, 2023. For other closing item 1, closing item 2 and 3 are related to back language to be included in the K-12 education bill. And fiscal staff recommends other closing item 1 be closed with the noted technical adjustment, and recommends the language outlined in other closing items 2 and 3 be added to the 2023 K-12 education funding bill for the 2023-25 biennium. And fiscal staff requests authority to make technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move to make the recommendation to close the other items as stated by fiscal staff, and also for fiscal staff to have authority to make technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much. Second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, the next budget for the subcommittee's consideration is the other state education programs budget. So budget account 2699, which was previously heard by the subcommittee on March 24th. The other state education programs budget is designed to accommodate grants and other programs funded by the state, specifically for pass-through to school districts, charter schools, and other entities for various educational programs. There is one major closing issue in this budget, which is for a new dual language pilot program, where the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $10.5 million over the 2023-25 biennium for a new dual language pilot program, which the department indicates dual language immersion programs that teach students in English and another language simultaneously allow students to become bilingual, enhances their academic possibilities, and maintains their home languages to build community involvement. So the department indicates that there are 2 school districts and a state public charter school authority-sponsored charter school that are currently operating a dual language program as outlined at the top of page 104 of the closing document. Additionally, the department indicates that while the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $5.3 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium for a dual language pilot program, the supporting documentation indicates funding for the dual language pilot program should be $2.6 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium. However, Budget Amendment A23-254-2699 was submitted by the Governor's Finance Office, which recommends reducing general fund appropriations by $2.6 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium. Additionally, to note, the 2021 legislature reduced the number of categorical K-12 education programs when it approved the initial implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan, which was intended to simplify the K-12 education funding provided by the state by reducing the number of categorical programs. However, this recommendation would establish a new dual language pilot program that would provide K-12 education funding outside the pupil-centered funding plan. As an option, the subcommittee could consider not approving this new dual language program as a categorical program and instead provide this additional funding to the pupil-centered funding plan. During the budget hearing, the department testified that the dual language pilot program would target elementary schools throughout the state, and that enrollment for a Nevada elementary school ranges between 200 and 800 students, and that it estimates it would cost approximately $400,000 to $500,000 per school, and the dual language pilot program would fund approximately 4 to 6 elementary schools depending on the enrollment of the schools. Additionally, would also just note that Nevada Revised Statutes 387-12445 10b8 allows English learner weighted funding to be used for services that have a demonstrated record of success for similarly situated pupils in comparable school districts and have been reviewed and approved as a Zoom service by the Superintendent of Public Instruction. Following the budget hearing, the department indicated that it has identified the topic of utilizing English learner weighted funding to establish dual language programs as a discussion topic for the Commission on School Funding during the 2023-25 biennium. So in keeping with the decisions of the 2021 legislature, the subcommittee could recommend the establishment of a new dual language pilot categorical program not be approved and instead transfer this funding to the pupil-centered funding plan for the 2023-25 biennium. Additionally, the subcommittee could recommend a letter of intent be issued to the department and the Commission on School Funding to study over the 2023-25 biennium whether it would be an allowable use of funds to utilize English learner weighted funding to establish dual language programs and determine if a new dual language program weight should be established in the pupil-centered funding plan. So there are various options for the subcommittee's consideration as outlined at the top of page 107 of the closing document. So option A is recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $5.3 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium for a new dual language pilot program. Or option B, recommend approval of the revised general fund appropriations of $2.6 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium for a new dual language pilot program as recommended in Budget Amendment A23-254-2699. Or not recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for a new dual language pilot program in the 2023-25 biennium, consistent with the 2021 legislature's intent to limit the number of categorical programs. If the subcommittee chooses this option, it could also consider transferring the general fund appropriations of $5.3 million or $2.6 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium that was to be provided for the pilot program to the pupil-centered funding plan account to provide additional funding for the plan. Fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary based on the subcommittee's recommendation. And regardless of the subcommittee's recommendation, it may also wish to consider recommending that the full committees issue a letter of intent directing the department and the Commission on School Funding to study the following items during the 2023-25 biennium. Whether it would be an allowable use of funds by school districts and charter schools to utilize English learner weighted funding to establish and operate dual language programs, or determine the legislative changes to do so. The recommended weight that would be required if a new dual language program weight was to be established, and the department could report its findings to the Interim Finance Committee by August 1st, 2024, for possible consideration as the executive budget for the 2025-27 biennium is developed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to not recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for a new dual language pilot program in the 2023-25 biennium, consistent with the 2021 legislature's intent to limit the number of categorical programs. With this, I would also move for the transferring of general fund appropriations of $2.6 million in each of the 2023-25 biennium that was to be provided for the pilot program to the pupil-centered funding plan account to provide additional funding for the plan, as well as to provide authority to fiscal staff to enter technical adjustments as necessary based on the subcommittee's recommendation. With this, I would further move to recommend that the full committees issue a letter of intent directing the department and the Commission on School Funding to study the following items during the 2023-25 biennium. Those, which are the two bullet points listed on page 107, and for the department to report its findings to the Interim Finance Committee by August 1st, 2024 for possible consideration as the executive budget for the 2025-27 biennium is developed.
Thank you very much, and I'll take a second from Senator Canizaro. Any questions or discussion? Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting this motion. I think we should support the governor's recommendation. I feel that dual language programs are successful. I'd like to see it more in our state. And I also am worried that by removing this from a categorical funding, this money is now subject to collective bargaining. And I just worry that it won't get used as we would hope it would, so I cannot support C. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments? Thank you very much. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nays from Senator Titus, Senator Ganser, no. Senator Assemblywoman Kasama? That it? Okay. Motion passes, and we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, there are 3 other closing items in this budget, which are all related to back language in the K-12 funding bill. Other closing item 1 is related to adult education. Other closing item 2 is related to Jobs for Nevada's Graduates program. And other closing item 3 is related to educational leadership. So fiscal staff recommends the language outlined in other closing items 1 through 3 be added to the 2023 K-12 education funding bill for the 2023-25 biennium and requests authority to make technical adjustments as necessary. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to recommend other closing items 1 through 3 be closed as recommended by fiscal staff, inclusive of authority for staff to make technical adjustments. I also make a motion to recommend the additional of general fund appropriations of $314,293 in each of the 2023-25 biennium for the Jobs for Nevada's Graduate program, with this funding placed in reserves. Upon approval of the Interim Finance Committee and demonstration that matching funds have been secured, the funding would be eligible to be transferred from reserves to use by the Jobs for Nevada's Graduate programs.
Thank you very much, and with that, I'll take a second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. We'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. For the record, The next budget for the subcommittee's consideration is the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program budget. So budget account 2718, which was previously heard by the subcommittee on March 24th and begins on page 109 of the closing packet. The Teach Nevada Scholarship Program was established to encourage students to enter the teaching profession to address the long-term plan for recruiting future teachers. And funding in this account may only be used to award grants to universities, colleges, and other providers of an alternative licensure program. And money remaining in the account must be carried forward to the next fiscal year. There is one major closing issue in this budget, which is additional funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program and incentivizing pathways to teaching. However, there are two decisions for the subcommittee related to this item in the closing packet. For the additional funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program and incentivizing pathways to teaching grant program, the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $20 million over the 2023-25 biennium to expand the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program and create the incentivizing pathways to teaching grant program, which would increase funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program by $6.4 million and establish the incentivizing pathways to teaching grant program to provide stipends for student teachers with $13.6 million over the 2023-25 biennium. Additionally, the department indicates this recommendation would help to address the current educator shortage in the state. In terms of the increased funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $3.2 million in each year of the biennium to increase funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, as the department indicates that there have been award periods where the number of grants requested exceeded the available funding, and this would provide total expenditure authority of $9.4 million in fiscal year 2024 and $9.6 million in fiscal year 2025 for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, which includes general fund appropriations of $5.6 million and interest earnings of $82,442 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium, as well as balance forward amounts of $3.7 million in fiscal year 2024 and $3.9 million in fiscal year 2025. However, the state's accounting system indicates the budget has available funding of $12 million, which, if not expended during fiscal year 2023, would be balanced forward into fiscal year 2024. In the middle of page 110 of the closing packet, there is information related to how the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program is administered, including that scholarships may be awarded up to $3,000 per semester or $24,000 in total per student, and the recipient completing the teacher preparation program and teaches in Nevada for 5 consecutive years following graduation. Additionally, the department provided information regarding the number of current and former scholarship recipients who have completed the program, are currently enrolled in the program, and those who have withdrawn from the program, which are identified in the table on page 111 of the closing packet. Additionally, the department included some information related to the funding that was awarded to scholarship recipients, the funding that has been expended, and the funding that was returned from fiscal year 2016 to fiscal year 2023. And however, it should be noted that while the funds may have been awarded in one fiscal year, it could take multiple fiscal years for the awarded funding to be expended. And this is outlined in the table at the top of page 112 of the closing packet. Additionally, as originally indicated, since the state's accounting system indicates the budget has available funding of $12 million and is not reflected in the executive budget, the department processes work programs to balance forward remaining funding at the end of each fiscal year. However, these work programs do not provide a reconciliation of available funding that could be reallocated to other individuals. Accordingly, it is unclear if the department is properly tracking expenditures and awards and reallocating available funding to new scholarship recipients. If not, it is unclear if all available funding has been expended, which may provide justification to not provide additional funding for this program through this enhancement, which would not revert to the general fund and would need to be included in the base budget in future fiscal years. To continue with the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, flipping to page 114 of the closing packet. During the budget hearing, the department testified from fiscal year 2016 to fiscal year 2023, there have been 460 students who have completed the program and 759 students who are currently receiving scholarships from the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program. The department indicates that since the program began in fiscal year 2016, scholarship recipients are just now beginning to receive the additional benefits of the program by obtaining the 25% tuition reimbursement. And the department indicates that from fiscal year 2016 to fiscal year 2023, there have been 1,391 scholarships awarded, and indicates that 247 applicants from fiscal year 2019 to fiscal year 2023 were turned away due to a lack of available funding. Following the budget hearing, the department indicated that the department meets with subrecipients at the end of each fiscal year to reconcile the funding awarded, and the department indicates that each scholarship recipient is reviewed to determine their status is either completed, enrolled, or separated. And should a scholarship recipient complete their program or separate from the program, the remaining funds identified for that individual are reinvested for future Teach Nevada scholarship recipients within the Teach Nevada scholarship category. Additionally, the department indicates that it is unable to determine the amount available for reallocation until the end of a fiscal year, but anticipates that there will be 100 completers and no separators for this fiscal year. Fiscal staff would note the reallocation process detailed above is not consistent with how the executive budget reflects additional funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program in the base budget. Additionally, fiscal staff would note that Assembly Bill 400 has been introduced and would make various changes to the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, which is scheduled to be heard this evening by the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means. Additionally, the executive budget recommends that all of the annual $3.2 million funding for this decision unit be placed in the Teach Nevada Scholarship category for scholarship payments, which does not appear to comply with Chapter 391A of NRS. Further, it is unclear how successful this program has been since a recent reconciliation has not been completed and cannot be performed until after the end of the fiscal year. Finally, since funding in this budget does not revert to the general fund at the end of a fiscal year, and any enhancements are built into the adjusted base budgets in future fiscal years, the subcommittee may wish to consider recommending appropriating the funding for the enhancement for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program to the Interim Finance Committee's contingency account and directing the department to request this funding after completing a thorough reconciliation of this program and presenting that information to the IFC. So there are various options for the subcommittee's consideration for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program outlined on the bottom of page 115 of the closing packet. And does the subcommittee wish to Option A, recommend approval of the governor's recommendation of general fund appropriations of $3.2 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to increase funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program. With this funding reflected in the Teach Nevada Scholarship category, this distribution would not be consistent with the current requirements in Chapter 391A of NRS, and the increased funding would be included in the base budget in future biennia. Or Option B, recommend approval of the governor's recommendation of general fund appropriations of $3.2 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to increase funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, but provide fiscal staff with authority to distribute this funding among the expenditure categories, consistent with the base budget and the current requirements in Chapter 391A of NRS. Fiscal staff would note this increased funding would be included in the base budget in future biennia. Or Option C, recommend approval of the governor's recommendation of general fund appropriations of $3.2 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to increase funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, but appropriate this as restricted funding to the Interim Finance Committee for possible allocation once additional information regarding the success of the program, reconciliation of program funding, and possible legislative changes are considered. If the department wishes to continue this increased program funding in the 2025-27 biennium, it could request funding through an enhancement decision unit in which it can demonstrate various successes for the program. If this option is considered, fiscal staff requests authority to include enabling language in the 2023 K-12 education funding bill, and fiscal staff requests authority to make technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation of general fund appropriations of $3.2 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to increase funding for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, but appropriate this as restricted funding in the Interim Finance Committee for possible allocation once additional information regarding the success of the program, reconciliation of the program funding, and possible legislative changes are considered, as well as should the department wish to continue this increased program funding for the 2025-27 biennium for NDE to request funding through an enhancement decision in which it can demonstrate various successes for the program. Since this is the request that I'm moving with this motion, I would also move for fiscal staff to include enabling language in the 2023 K-12 education funding bill, as well as providing authority for fiscal staff to make any technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a second from Senator Cannizzaro. And questions, Senator Titus? Okay. All righty. With that being said, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes, and we will move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal, for the record. Going back to page 112 of the closing packet, in terms of the portion of this enhancement related to the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program, the governor recommends general fund appropriations of $6.8 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to establish the state Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program to provide student teacher stipends within the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program budget. Additionally, as previously mentioned, the legislatively approved NDE COVID-19 funding budget account 2710, authorized federal ESSER funding of $20.7 million over the 2021-23 biennium for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program. And during the 2021-23 biennium, the program provided stipends for college students completing their student teaching of $700 per week for up to 12 weeks. As well as tuition assistance of up to $250 per credit for up to 8 credits, and the department indicates that the average amount of funding awarded was $2,000 for tuition assistance and $8,400 in stipends for each student. Additionally, the department indicates the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program would be administered through a similar application and award structure that is currently used for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, and would be available to both undergraduate and graduate students who are obtaining their initial licensure. The current funding for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program supports one contract position equivalent to an education program's professional position to manage the program, and the contract position is scheduled to expire in September 2023, and the governor's budget did not include an ongoing position to manage the program following the expiration of the contract position. Additionally, as previously mentioned, funding in this budget does not revert to the general fund at the end of a fiscal year or biennium. However, if the subcommittee recommends approval of this enhancement, the subcommittee could also consider recommending back language in the 2023 K-12 education funding bill to allow any remaining funding from this new program to revert to the general fund at the end of the biennium. Additionally, going to page 116 of the closing packet, during the budget hearing, the department testified that of the $20.7 million in federal funding approved in the NDE COVID-19 funding budget for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program in the 2021-23 biennium, approximately $1.5 million may not be expended by the September 30th, 2023 expiration date, which the department indicated would be reallocated for other projects. Additionally, the department provided information indicating that the Nevada System of Higher Education estimates up to 1,004 students may qualify for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching stipend awards in fiscal year 2024, and estimates up to 1,110 may qualify for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching tuition assistance awards in fiscal year 2024. Following the budget hearing, the department indicated that existing staff who administer the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program would be able to assume the administration of the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program. Additionally, prior to the budget hearing, the department indicated that statutory changes to Chapter 391A of NRS would be needed to carry out the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program. However, during the budget hearing, the department indicated that statutory changes were not needed to carry out the program. However, following the budget hearing, the department conducted additional research and now indicates statutory changes are needed, and provided some draft language that would create the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching account and would not place this program in the Teach Nevada Scholarship account as initially indicated. Fiscal staff would note that the department has not submitted a bill to effectuate the changes as outlined in the draft language. Additionally, the draft language provided by the department is outlined on pages 116 and 117 of the closing packet for the parameters requested for the awarding of funding for this program, and includes language such as the State Board of Education shall establish the number of Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching tuition assistance awards and stipends that will be available each year based upon the amount of money available in the account, and that students who are enrolled in their final 3 semesters of an approved traditional pathway, university, or college teacher preparation program may apply for tuition assistance, and students who are enrolled in their final student teaching clinical field experience of an approved traditional pathway, university, or college teacher preparation program may apply for a student teaching stipend. As previously indicated, the department has not submitted a bill to effectuate the changes as outlined in the draft language provided in the closing packet. If the subcommittee recommends approval of the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program, it may also recommend that the full money committees request a bill draft to amend NRS. And since the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program account is a non-reverting account that earns interest, which is appropriate given the long-term financial commitment associated with those scholarships. However, the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program does not necessarily require the creation of a new non-reverting account that earns interest, since it would appear to provide funding for a shorter time period. If the subcommittee recommends approval of this program, it may also consider recommending this program revert at the end of the 2023-25 biennium through language included in the 2023 K-12 education funding bill, or be transferred and housed within a reverting budget that does not earn interest, such as the other state education programs budget account 2699. Given this would be a new state-funded program, the subcommittee may wish to consider directing the department to remove this program from the adjusted base budget when preparing its budget for the 2025-27 biennium. So the options for the subcommittee's consideration for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program are outlined at the bottom of page 118 of the closing packet. In option A, does the subcommittee wish to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $6.8 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to establish a new Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program, or option B, not recommend approval of the governor's recommendation for general fund appropriations of $6.8 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to establish a new Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program? If the subcommittee chooses to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation to establish a new Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program, it may wish to consider including one or more of the following provisions by also recommending 1. The full money committees request a bill draft to amend NRS by incorporating revisions to allow for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program as outlined above. Option 2, any funding remaining at the end of the 2023-25 biennium revert to the general fund through the language included in the 2023 K-12 education funding bill. 3, the program be transferred and housed within the NDE Other State Education Programs budget, a reverting budget that does not earn interest. 4, the department be directed to remove this program from the adjusted base budget when preparing its budget for the 2025-27 biennium, and request the program continue through an enhancement decision unit if the department wishes the program continue. And fiscal staff requests authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Chair, I'd move to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation, as well as to recommend approval of the governor's recommendation to establish a new Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program by implementing the 4 options, 1, 2, 3, and 4 set forth thereunder, as well as to move to give fiscal staff the authority to enter technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. Thank you very much. Don't get too excited. We're really...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison Ryan, LCB Fiscal. The final budget for the subcommittee's consideration this morning is the 1/5 retirement credit purchase program, which has not previously been heard by the subcommittee and for which fiscal staff is responsible for developing closing recommendations. So prior to July 1, 2007, NRS required the purchase of 1/5 of a year of retirement service credit for teachers in at-risk schools, psychologists, and teachers in the fields of mathematics, science, special education, and English as a second language. The 2013 legislature did not continue funding for the program of incentive pay for licensed educational personnel beginning in the 2013-15 biennium, but the 1/5 retirement credit purchase program will continue to be funded until all eligible participants as of July 1, 2007 have earned 1 full year of retirement service credit. There are no major closing issues in this budget, and there is one other closing item, which is for back language in the K-12 education funding bill. So fiscal staff recommends this budget be closed as recommended by the governor, with authority for staff to include language in the 2023 K-12 education funding bill to allow general fund appropriation transfers, with interim finance committee approval between fiscal years of the 2023-25 biennium for the purchase of retirement service credits, and fiscal staff requests authority to make technical adjustments as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd move recommendations as stated by fiscal staff.
Thank you very much. Second from Senator Canizaro. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. Holy smokes. Thank you, staff. Ms. Camacho Poco, Mr. Drost, Ms. Ryan, and the rest of the fiscal staff that is up here with us. Yeoman's feet, and that does not go unnoticed from us. So with that, we will move on to our last item, and that is public comment. Please dial 888-475-4499. When prompted, the meeting ID today will be 869-8860-1146, and then press pound. When prompted for the participant ID, please press pound, and we will begin here in Carson City. All comments are 5 seconds or less. Thank you very much.
I'm going to read really fast. Madam Chair, Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. This week, the National Education Association released their annual ranking of the states for 2022, and Nevada, unfortunately, continues to struggle. At $11,280 per pupil last year, Nevada once again ranks 48th in the country, more than $5,000 behind the national average, and about $1,000 behind each Alabama and Mississippi. In this room 2 years ago, legislative leaders lauded historic funding provided to public schools. Unfortunately, this funding only resulted in maintaining Nevada's position near the bottom of the list. This session, we again have heard about historic funding efforts. However, we've also heard from the Commission on School Funding that have testified here that most of the additional proposed funding will go towards increasing costs due to inflation. If serious additional efforts are not made this session to boost education funding, we'll be right back here 2 years from now with a new report from the NEA showing Nevada still ranking in the mid to high 40s. NSEA has often discussed the crisis of educator vacancies in Nevada schools. From fiscal year 21 to 22, the total number of teachers in Nevada declined by nearly 1,200, or about 5% of the workforce. The NEA is projecting that Nevada will lose about 2,000 more teachers this year, a net 10% reduction, by far the largest anywhere in the country. That's why we say it's time for 20, a 20% raise for every Nevada educator, so we can stop the bleeding of our workforce. We know Nevada has a serious vacancy problem in education support professionals, including paraprofessionals who are integral to student learning, and bus drivers who are responsible for getting students to and from school. The NEA reported this week that the average Nevada ESP earns $37,000 a year, nearly $20,000 less than what's needed for a family of two to have a modest standard of living. That's why we say it's time for 20, starting pay of $20 an hour for workers who make our schools run. Meanwhile, Nevada once again ranks first in the nation in class size, with nearly 22 students in average daily attendance per teacher. Nevada's largest in the nation class sizes don't just impact student learning, they're a serious working condition issue for classroom educators and also contribute to issues of student behavior and school safety. As we've heard, there's no way to effectively implement restorative justice when you have 40 or more kids in a classroom. That's why we say it's time for 20 with class sizes of 20 students. It's a rainy day in Nevada. That's why it's irresponsible to continue underfunding education while you have a $2.4 billion slated for reserves. We encourage you to move forward toward optimal funding, not just running in place, so we can ensure high quality education for every Nevada student. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Jessica Fernaney for the record. I'm a teacher in WCSD, Master of Arts in Education. This is my 6th year teaching. I'm making public comment here today because my special education students need more funding to receive resources they need to find success. Nevada has a critical staffing crisis, particularly in special education. The amount of higher education time spent working outside contract hours, large caseloads, and time spent dealing with dangerous students is extraordinary for the meager salary given. Starting pay for a teacher in WCSD is $41,000 with a bachelor's degree. Living wage in Nevada is $56,000 according to NEA analysts. I am calling on the legislature to support educators and students by using rainy day funds to get us out of the safety, staffing, and salary calamity we are presently in. With the governor's budget, we are still 30% below what is considered adequate. We must be vehemently aggressive with spending now, or public education in Nevada will gridlock. Increasing salaries is the only way we will retain and bring back educators to the profession. Eric Hanushek of Stanford University states that the cognitive skills of the population, rather than mere school attainment, are powerfully related to long-run economic growth. Nevada is 48th in per pupil spending and 46th via literacy rate rank. Education sets the foundation for the future economic success of a community. Where Nevada stands now, it has no chance of creating a population with the cognitive capacity needed to create resilience to future recession. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name is Brent Busboom. I teach at Reno High School, and I'm a proud member of the Washoe Education Association. I'd like to tell you about two teachers, both at very different stages of their career. The first is Aneta. She is my current student teacher. She's smart, bilingual, has a great work ethic. She could be a superstar. But she hasn't applied for any teaching positions next year. Having looked at the state of education in Nevada, she has, in her own words, decided to wait to see what lawmakers will do. Instead of teaching, she'll be taking more classes in the fall. The second teacher teaches next door to me. Her name is Marie. She's nationally board certified. She's a national reader for the AP English exam. She's smart, she's compassionate, and her classroom is filled with the joy of learning. She's considering retiring soon. So what's it going to take to get teachers like Anita into the classroom and keep teachers like Marie there? One thing is student behavior, where there appears to be bipartisan support. The other is salaries, where the proposed budget falls far too short. Like most teachers I know, Anita and Marie aren't looking at the proposed education budget with a sense of gratitude. If anything, they're feeling distressed. They're feeling distressed when the proposed budget might increase salaries by 10%, but the RGJ just ran an article saying Nevada energy rates have increased 50% over the last 2 years. Furniture and food are up almost 20%, new cars over 20, and while home prices have come down from historic highs, mortgage rates have increased and added hundreds of dollars, if not over $1,000 to monthly payments. They're also feeling distressed when lawmakers are proposing rainy day funds filled with almost $2.5 billion aren't going to be used to fund teacher salaries that just keep pace with inflation. What all of you do here, what all of you do at this legislative session will go a long way in determining what the Anitas and the Maries determine they should do. Should they continue teaching or should they do something else? And if you want them to stay, if you don't want Nevada classrooms to continue to be short thousands of educators, funding needs to be high enough to keep pace with inflation, and that means at least a 20% increase. This is especially true if you want to keep veteran teachers who are nearing retirement. Let me end with this. Whatever policies or proposals you have this legislative session, none of them will work if you don't have the Anitas and the Maries in the classroom. This is your chance to convince them to stay. I hope you don't blow it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Leah Case, Leacase. Thank you for allowing me to be the caboose on this meeting today. Two things. Right now, I'm going to speak on behalf of Boys Town, Nevada. They currently operate in 60 Clark County School District schools and will be in 85 schools by the end of the 2023-24 academic year. The primary focus is on student behavior and increasing teacher capacity to manage challenging classroom behaviors. Boys Town, Nevada has a well-managed schools curriculum. It's evidence-based and ESSA approved and has shown to decrease office referrals by over 50% and increase teacher satisfaction in their jobs. At the beginning of the legislative session, we spoke with Boys Town, Nevada and asked about the capacity to expand this statewide. And we've all heard about the staffing shortages across our state and nationwide. Boys Town, Nevada has recently had conversations with their national office in Omaha, Nebraska about filling that need here in Nevada. So should this legislative body decide to move forward with any additional funding for these sorts of school support services, there will be capacity from this national recognized organization to come and support Boys Town, Nevada. And there is a letter submitted on Nellis, hopefully now, to that effect with the contact information for John Etzel, Boys Town, Nevada Executive Director. Secondly, I'd like to speak a little bit on behalf of the Children's Advocacy Alliance related to Budget Account 2709 and just highlight a few statistics on high-quality early education and childhood programs. Nevada Ready Pre-K currently serves 8% of eligible children statewide. Head Start serves 7.9% of eligible children statewide. Early Head Start serves 2% of eligible children statewide. And our home visiting programs serves 320 families statewide. That is less than 1% of all eligible births. So there's still work to be done in our early childhood education programming that we can address hopefully together and soon. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. And I don't see anyone else here in Carson City, and I see no one in Las Vegas. BPS, when you're ready, we'll go to the phone lines.
Thank you, Chair. We have no callers in the queue for public comment.
Thank you very much. Subcommittee members, that completes our business today. Thank you to all of you for hanging in there. Thank you to our colleagues who are waiting for us to finish. And I thank all of you that are here that have sat through this. And with that, I hope you have a good rest of the day, and this meeting is adjourned.